sorts of things, and no one had a database for what was going on expenditures. Doge just did it at a larger scale, and what they found. And these are things that Congress could not get to, and they found it in a relatively short amount of time. As an example, why is our taxpayer dollars going to sex change operations in Guatemala? In the scale of waste, what Elon Musk and his team are saying is on fraud, waste, and abuse, there could be $1 trillion with a T of waste. And where budgets are tight, you look at it, if there's waste $1 trillion, then look, why don't we make Social Security better? Why don't we make health care better? So, and rather than putting up with this waste. And the Democrat side of the aisle is besides themselves, because how can you possibly justify that scale of waste?
Want to hit on a lot of things here while we have some of your time here, and there's foreign affairs. We just saw one of America's hostages come home from, or America's detainees, however you want to say it, come home from Russia, and President Trump has hinted, and perhaps something is working down the road for a meeting, a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Putin. Where do you think the president is? And again, you're seeing a ramped-up situation from 45 to 47. Do you think the president is really pushing hard towards trying to be that world peacemaker?
Well, it's a campaign promise is a campaign promise that should be met. Because you look at President Trump, it's pretty easy to see where he's going. What he said on the road when he was campaigning, what he said to the American people, he's going to follow through. And one of the great priorities was ending the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. And I think he's shaping it well. My opinion on my experiences of, congressman in foreign affairs, and I've been a secretary, and I've also been a SEAL team commander, is that I think at the end of the day, the Crimean Peninsula will remain in Russian hands at some level. They'll have to have free and unfettered access to the Black Sea. It's the only warm water port. And the borders themselves are going to be adjusted. I don't think we should reward Putin at all. I think he's a war criminal, but he does have nuclear weapons, and this war needs to end. The conflict can easily escalate. And I know President Trump's aware of that, and he's put it as one of his top priorities to end this thing.
When you look at another hot spot, and that's the Middle East, the ceasefire held over the weekend, hostages were released, and the president and the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, gave an ultimatum that has apparently held and kept this ceasefire in place. Do you feel it will stay that way? Is there any sense in your mind, from what you can see as a member of Congress, that we should be worried that this peace may fall apart?
Well, there's one fact, is that this would not have happened had Donald J. Trump not won. And I can tell you, when he says something, other nations and organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, listen. And when he said bring him back, that's exactly what he said. And he's willing to exercise the full strength and power of the presidency to do it. I don't think any of us, had considered, how much control the U.S. should or should not have with Gaza. I don't think that's ever been discussed, and no one really thought of it at all until President Trump, announced it. I think for decades there's been a consensus that there has to be a future for those in Gaza. Remember, Gaza was a result of the '67 war. It's really a camp that was set up for refugees, and that's why it's a strip. But there has to be a better future for the Palestinian people than being part of Hamas. That's a whole discussion that's going to take, a lot of effort, and that's a developing story.
Let's come back home here to the U.S. It seems Congress is getting closer to passing the president's budget proposal or passing the budget proposal for the president. Can you give me a sense where we are on that right now?
Yeah, it's a budget resolution. It's non-binding, so it's I would say more of an aspiration, but it does give guidance. But I think that the core of it comes down to this: is that there are expenses when you extend tax provisions. That's an expense. When you no tax on tips, those type of things, it reduces the revenue. You can compensate some of growth, but what we don't want to do is we don't want to go further into debt. So we want to look at savings, where we can save. And look, if Elon Musk says it's $1 trillion worth of waste, fraud, and abuse, that's a lot of money. So we want to make sure that what we do on taxes, anything that we do, doesn't raise the debt. And the debt is, you cannot ignore the debt anymore. And there's ways it can be fixed, not overnight, but we got to start, shaping that curve and start really paying attention to our debt. Otherwise, the Treasury's bonds are going to go up and interest rates are going to be high, and Americans are going to continue not to be able to afford a home and fix the fundamentals.
Last couple of things I have for you, and we've been talking for a few minutes, and I haven't even discussed the border. What are you seeing, and what is your feeling on what the new Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, and what the borders are, Tom Homan, have been doing so far as implementing what the president has desired as far as tightening up our borders?
I think they're exactly where they should be. However, it's expensive, and I think they're going to run out of money. We're under a continuing resolution. It's called a CR. Mm-hmm. And a CR, there's no new programs, and you can't reprogram money. And I love what Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing, but it's expensive, to implement this program, and there's not enough money in the present account. So I think Congress is going to have to learn how to act a lot faster and attend to border funding. Because that's going to be an expensive proposition. And, defense, when you're under the same plan on a CR as you were, 2 years ago, we need to make sure the defense has their funding to, as an example, we're out of 155, shells. We need to have more. And that's something that a new funding bill would have to reprogram money and make that a priority, as an example.
We are going to be watching it very closely from here. Montana Congressman Ryan Zinke, of course, the former Interior Secretary in Donald Trump's first administration. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
My pleasure. I haven't seen a problem that's not fixable. So hang on, America. But we're in for a heck of a ride because we have an active president, and hopefully I'm confident that Congress will do their duty and support the America First agenda.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelmanscoins.com.
Valspar products make any project easy. Valspar Exterior Stain and Sealer makes preserving your fence a breeze. Valspar Reserve makes updating the den a piece of cake.
Red velvet.
And giving your siding new life with Valspar Defense is a walk in the park. So no matter what projects are on your list, Valspar has everything you need to make it a day at the beach. Valspar, made for more. Get it at Lowe's.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Moscow are meeting this week in Saudi Arabia to discuss how to end Russia's war with Ukraine. The 3-year anniversary of the war coming up later this month. And it was an exciting finish at the Daytona 500, which was a marathon on Sunday night. President Trump was there earlier in the day, but in the end...
And William Byron has won the 500.
Call courtesy of Fox. William Byron winning for the second year in a row. 6 of the last 8 Daytona 500 races have ended in overtime. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's
it's Nick Kayal with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you. Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets are closed today for the President's Day holiday. Friday was a mixed day on Wall Street as the Dow lost 165. The S&P 500 lost less than half a point, but the Nasdaq was up 81. Meta was up for the 20th straight session. The parent company of President Trump's social networking site, Truth Social, says it lost over $400 million last year, and its annual revenue was down 12% to $3.6 million. Trump Media and Technology Group reported its earnings late on Friday, blaming the losses in part on a revenue-sharing agreement with an undisclosed advertising partner. And workers at an Amazon warehouse in North Carolina have rejected a proposal to unionize. They're the latest group of Amazon employees to side against union representation. The National Labor Relations Board saying that about 3/4 of the employees voted against the proposal. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The new Secretary of Health and Human Services is offering a mixture of change and reassurance.
I'm not going to take away anybody's vaccine. If people are happy with their vaccines, they ought to be able to get them. What we're going to do is give people good science.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says his plan includes radical transparency, but he also tells Fox he plans to be a disruptor.
I'm not going to let the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry run health policy anymore.
His first assignment from the president coming on the same day he was sworn in, leading a Make America Healthy Again commission to study chronic childhood illnesses and issue a report within 100 days. But not everything is changing. President Trump signing the proclamation for American Heart Month, an effort every February to encourage people to improve their heart health and to raise awareness about the leading cause of death in the U.S. for both men and women, heart disease.
We generally mean by heart disease the coronary arteries are somewhat blocked.
Fox News senior medical analyst Dr. Mark Siegel.
Either they're partly blocked, causing chest pain or anginal symptoms, or they're completely blocked, which can cause a heart attack. That's what we generally mean by heart disease and heart attack. But you could take a broader view of heart disease and include arrhythmias where the heart is beating irregularly, heart failure where the pump itself has failed, myocarditis where the hump is inflamed, the pump being the heart. So valve disease, valvular heart disease, which is very, very common and actually can lead to a valve replacement or valve repair. That technology having improved greatly to where we're now floating in valves through arteries in the groin, which is a spectacular improvement. So you got valvular heart disease, you got arrhythmias, unusual rhythms, you have heart failure, you have a problem with the muscle itself, and you have blockages of the coronary arteries, either leading to angina or leading to actual heart attacks.
Now, there are multiple risk factors, right? And this list reminds me kind of like the usual suspects for many health issues.
Let's start with obesity, which I believe is a direct risk of heart disease, and I'm not the only one who believes that. And we're starting to bear down on the idea that obesity is directly related to the junk food we've all been eating, ultra-processed foods in our diet, sedentary lifestyles, not enough exercise, blood pressure out of control. High blood pressure is a huge cause of heart disease. You talk about predisposing factors for heart disease. Cholesterol is one. Weight is one, high blood pressure is one, diabetes is one. All of these things need to be considered as risk for heart disease.
I read that heart disease has actually been the leading cause of death since 1950. Are we not making any progress on this?
We're making huge progress on this, but the problem is that it's a shapeshifter. As we make progress in one area, another area occurs. So we've made huge progress in coronary artery disease. Now, one of the things that I should point out is that lifestyle is greatly improved. You know, we've decreased smoking dramatically in the United States, which I didn't mention as a major cause of heart disease. We've decreased it dramatically. 1 out of 5 Americans still smoking, but that's down dramatically. So we've gotten a lot of progress. And then once you have heart disease, we've gone from bypass surgery to open coronary arteries to these elegant stents that we put into coronary arteries. They may not prolong life, but they certainly improve quality of life dramatically.
Is there something that people tend to overlook about their heart health, besides the obvious risk factors?
I think that high blood pressure is called the silent killer for a reason. And I think that a campaign that came out during Heart Disease Month, which is this month, February, is know your numbers. And what is know your numbers? Know your blood pressure, know your cholesterol, know your BMI, your body mass index. These are really important numbers. Know your blood sugar.
This year, the American Heart Association is also encouraging more people to learn CPR in the hope of saving more lives, because so many cardiac arrests happen outside the hospital, and most of those are deadly. How much does CPR, increase the chance of survival if you have cardiac arrest?
The key is to get there within the first minute or two. So I'm all for that, and I'm all for everybody knowing how to do that. It's not as hard as you might think. You got to know when you're doing CPR that you're not afraid of those bones in the sternum, the middle of the chest, and you take the palm of your hand and you put your other hand over your fingers and push down, literally pushing down using the strength in your elbows and in your upper arms. And even if you're not good at it, it can make the difference.
One statistic I found shocking was the number of children who have cardiac arrest outside the hospital every year, more than 23,000. Some of that is sports related, but nearly 1 in 5 of those are infants. Are the causes of heart disease and cardiac arrest different for children and babies?
With children and babies, you're dealing with congenital heart disease that may be undiagnosed, and that has to do with where you're born, what medical center you're in. Are you in a neonatal ICU or not? And a tiny infant can have congenital heart disease and not know it. And one of the things we look for, and I'm not a pediatrician, but I know this much, you look for failure to thrive. That's our word. Is the child pale? Does the child look like they're getting good blood flow? Is the infant growing? Are they feeding? What's their behavior like? These are signs to get a pediatrician involved right away.
When do you know that you're having a heart attack, and when should you, see a doctor?
One of the focuses of Heart Month is women's heart disease, which is the #1 killer of women. Almost the same number of women die as men, and the symptoms are different. The classic symptoms of a heart attack are radiating chest pain to the left arm with shortness of breath, crushing chest pain like an elephant sitting on your chest, pressure in your chest. But there's all kinds of variations between those symptoms. And I said women may not have that classic chest pressure. It may have a woman may have a sharp chest pressure, or they may just have indigestion, or they may feel nausea, or a woman might feel a tingling in their arm, but not the chest symptoms. Now, that may be true for diabetics, too, by the way. Diabetics tend to have atypical symptoms of presentation.
Yeah, you kind of got to my next question, which was going to be, is there anything you can do if you think you're having a heart attack that would help save your life? And I guess top of the list is emergency room or 911.
Well, or if you have a physician to guide you, because I also don't want everyone to think that as soon as they're nauseous, they're having a heart attack. I'm actually saying I believe in overreaction rather than underreaction. So if you can't get a physician on the line, get to the emergency room. And I'm on the lookout for chest symptoms. I want our listeners to know that I overreact when I hear chest symptoms. Somebody that's having chest pain, I get seen. You're not going to call Dr. Mark Siegel with chest pain and not get seen that day.
So we talked about signs of a heart attack, but I'm wondering, you're going about your life. How can you, are there any signs you can look for that, maybe your heart health isn't what it should be? Yeah.
So the heart is the center of the body. It's the pump. And it's more than a pump because it also is involved with hormones, by the way, natriuretic hormones, peptides. The heart makes peptides that regulate the entire metabolism. Did you know that? The blood flow between the heart and the kidney is crucial, and it's regulated by hormones that the heart makes, ANP and BNP. The heart also pumps to the brain. It's the primary feeder of the brain. So if you're starting to feel woozy or dizzy, or you can't focus your attention, or you're feeling palpitations, or you're feeling your heart racing, or you're feeling fatigued or short of breath. I mentioned focusing on chest pain. And you're short of breath, it could be your heart. You're having chest pain, radiation to your arms, it could be your heart. Palpitations, fluttering, feeling like you're going to black out. All of these things could stem from the heart, and you need to be seen.
As a doctor and also as a clinical professor, I'm wondering if you're optimistic about what might change, or at least what changes might be considered under the new Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I think that Kennedy and I share the idea to getting back to what's all about preventions. I call it a sick care system, and we need a health care system. Under RFK Jr., we're going to be thinking about all of that, and we're going to be thinking about produce and getting into our diet healthier foods that are good for us. Mediterranean diet, my opinion, is the way to go. I'm not into gimmick diets. I'm not into carnivore diets. I'm not into whatever you call them, diets, going back to the dinosaur age. I'm into a diet that's high in vegetables, high in fruit, high in fish, if you eat fish. Maybe I'll allow you a glass of wine occasionally, but that's about it.
He has offered reassurance that he is not going to take away anyone's vaccines, but he says he basically wants the public to be more educated about the science that goes into vaccines and what kind of science goes into vaccines, and that there could be, some reform or at least better information, in his view, in that area. Do you think that if some of those things change, in a way that's worrisome to people, would you expect the medical community to push back, doctors to push back?
I think that vaccines are terrific, and I think that the 20th century was filled with improvement in public health and sanitation in the first half and vaccines in the second half. And I think we stamped out smallpox on the planet. I think the polio vaccine has stamped out polio in the United States, and it's making big inroads around the world. Same with the measles shot, measles MMR vaccine. If RFK Jr., as he grows into the job, realizes more and more the value of these vaccines as a tool in the doctor's office and in the community. Remember, community immunity is key, because it's not just whether you want a vaccine, it's whether, if more and more people get it, are you decreasing the risk of someone who can't take the vaccine getting immunity? Being protected by your immunity, I should say, community immunity. That's a big value to vaccines, but if he recognizes that, but uses this time to increase transparency and more studies on safety and reinvestigating, does a child need that vaccine or do they? Or not? Is that a disease still around? Is that virus still around? Can we do a further look at these side effects? That kind of shining a spotlight will only improve public confidence in vaccines, and I'm all for it.
Fox News senior medical analyst Dr. Mark Siegel, thank you very much for your time.
Great to see you, Lisa. That was great. Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If an emergency happened tomorrow, would you truly be prepared? Most Americans aren't. My Patriot Supply, America's most trusted name in emergency preparedness, is offering a special discount on their 3-month emergency food kit. Each kit provides over 2,000 calories daily for 90 days. These aren't typical survival rations. My Patriot Supply provides delicious meals and extras, including chicken, beef, real meat, fruits, and veggies. Being prepared is a state of mind. Take advantage of this special discount to secure your family's future now. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. If you order by 3 p.m., Your order will ship within the same day, so you'll be prepared in no time. That's mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Secretary of State Marco Rubio taking his first trip to the Middle East, meeting Sunday with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu amid the ongoing ceasefire. The main goal, he says, to make sure Hamas releases the remaining hostages.
Under the deal, there are some that are supposed to be released coming up next weekend. We expect that to happen, but we'd like to see them all come out. We're not in favor of waiting weeks and weeks.
And Rubio on CBS's Face the Nation. An American delegation, including Rubio, being sent to Saudi Arabia this week to try to reach an agreement to end the war in Ukraine. Oklahoma Senator Mark Wayne Mullen telling ABC's This Week there's reason to be optimistic.
People are dying every single day. We do know we had the best negotiator possible in the White House. I mean, literally, President Trump wrote the art of the deal. He knows how to negotiate, and I believe if we will trust the process, he will be able to negotiate a peace deal for both countries.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
William Byron won his second consecutive Daytona 500, going from 9th to 1st on the final lap. Tyler Reddick finished second. 21-time All-Star LeBron James sat out the NBA All-Star competition with lingering foot and ankle soreness. Team Shaq's OGs won the All-Star Championship 41-25 over Team Chuck's Global Stars. The four nations face-off moves to Boston for the final day of round-robin competition. Canada takes on Finland in the afternoon, the United States battle Sweden in prime time. In golf, Ludwig Oberg birdied the final hole at Torrey Pines to take the Genesis Invitational by one shot. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
126 million tuned in on what is now America's Day. It's the most patriotic day of the year, every year. It represents everything that is good about this country. Now, the consumerism part of it, do we get a little carried away at times? Sure. Are we always right? No. Am I always going to be proud to be an American? Bet your ass I am, and you should be too. Don't be ashamed of that. I think it's getting cooler to be okay with that. It was out of style for a while. I'd say about the last 8 or 9 years. It's gone out of style to be patriotic and to talk up America. These things fell out of fashion. I think it's back in style now. We have seen a cultural shift with this. Judging the tenor of that performance I saw from Lady Gaga in the French Quarter, from Brad Pitt and his Open, all of it leads me to believe we're back, baby. America's back. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of Cherry Hill is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Apple's long-promised overhaul of the Siri digital assistant is facing engineering problems and software bugs. And sources tell Bloomberg some features that were promised to debut in April will likely be postponed until May or even later. The Siri makeover is a centerpiece of the Apple Intelligence platform, the company's effort to catch up in AI and spur iPhone upgrades. Meta identifying its next big bet. Humanoid robots. Sources tell us the company is making a significant investment into the category and wants to create futuristic robots that can act like humans and assist with physical tasks. Apple and Alphabet's Google DeepMind division are looking at similar projects. And investors this week are also keeping a close eye on President Trump's threatened tariffs, along with a bunch of reports on the housing market. We'll also be getting earnings from a bunch of consumer-facing companies, including Walmart and Live Nation Entertainment. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
our representative, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-659-7540. 800-659-7540. 800-659-7540. That's 800-659-7540.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This President's Day, skip the chain stores and discover something amazing at Bucks County Estate Traders. With everything in the store 20 to 50% off, you can furnish your entire home in just one stop and save big. Explore 58,000 square feet of stunning furniture, antiques, art, and more. Every piece has a QR code for instant details, and our expert staff is here to help. Don't miss these unbeatable deals. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by our Hatfield showroom today. Certain exclusions apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, 1210 WPHT, and good morning, America. It is President's Day. Happy President's Day, or as we call it, right? We're renaming it, just like we renamed our big, beautiful Gulf. You know, they used to call it the Gulf of Mexico, but we call it the Gulf of America. We are renaming this, at least for the next 4 years. We'll see what happens from President's Day to your favorite President's Day, okay? Because we're back. We're better than ever. Nobody's ever been as great as we are right now. We're doing so well. Happy your favorite President's Day, no matter where you're listening from. If you're watching live on the YouTube app, if you're live on the Odyssey app, if you're at 1210 on your radio dial, and if you are one of those who are working today, congratulations. The hustle always wins. Let's make it happen. Happy President's Day to everybody who is out there My name's Sean Farish, guest hosting here on Kayal and Company from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Time here on 1210 WPHT and anywhere that you're watching from. It's going to be a fun morning. So good morning to everybody on this Monday, day after the Daytona 500. I don't know if any of you guys are listening or are NASCAR fans. You know, I used to be a big NASCAR fan. I used to watch the races every weekend. And then they did this whole stage racing thing, which I can't stand. And I stopped watching. And then Bubba Wallace did the whole, there's a noose in the garage, right? The race baiting stupidity. You might as well be Joy Reid driving that race car. I stopped watching, but I heard a lot about it going into last weekend. Let's give it another shot. Turned it on, and it was just as I like it. It was just as entertaining. So I got a funny story about the Daytona 500. A Newsweek, you know, we call them the fake news. We call them fake Newsweek. These are stupid people, right? Very stupid people. We got a fun story about the Daytona 500. Newsweek tried to blame Donald Trump for something that is just so ridiculous. You know, everything's Trump's fault, right? You step on a Lego in the morning, it's Trump's fault. If you you stub your toe, if you miss a green light, now all of a sudden, you got to sit at a red for a little bit longer. It's all Trump's fault. Traffic, it's all Trump's fault. That's the new rule, right? It's your favorite President's Day, but the people on the left are calling it not my President's Day, but unfortunately for them, and they're very disconnected from reality. I am their president, and they may not like it now, but I can guarantee you they're going to like it in a few years. They're going to be saying, thank you, President Trump. We actually do have a story about that we're going to get to a little bit later this morning about the left and how they're still losing ground and they're not learning their lesson. I, for one, am fine with that. There's a reason why, like a lot of NFL teams, like the other, I think there's 32, so there's 31 teams. The other 31 teams don't go to the New York Jets and say, hey, let me help you get back on your feet, guys. You know, when you have like a for certain doormat at the beginning of every NFL season, it's nice when that team shows up on your schedule, right? The Jets. And so I'm not really in the business of giving the Democrats advice. I'm not really interested in giving the Democrats advice. I don't think anybody should be interested in giving the Democrats advice. But while I'm not giving them advice on how to get better, because I want to be better than them, I want to continue to win. So I'm not giving them advice on how to get better, but I am going to make the observations of how stupid they absolutely are. These are, we always say it, these are stupid people. And you are in the epicenter. Don't take this the wrong way or take it the wrong way. What do I care? You're in the epicenter of stupid people in Philadelphia. I can tell you that, but not because we don't like you, but because there's a lot of Democrats. And look at your mayor. Was that Sherelle Parker? She had, we'll get to this a little later in the morning, but because I have to, I mean, I'm in her backyard, right? This is Sherelle, ELGSES, Eagles, Parker. Can't spell a six-letter word. There it is. Can't spell a six-letter word. So, I mean, that's, it's a problem. If you can't spell a six-letter word, I don't know how you're managing one of America's most largely lived-in cities. But that's okay, I guess. Or it's not. But she had some more wisdom for everybody over the weekend, or actually it was on Friday at the Eagles victory parade, which we'll get to in a little bit. But the Democrats are making a complete and total mistake. I'm here for it. I'm waving the pom-poms. I'm clapping along. I'm getting my laughs in. I think all of you will be getting your laughs in as well. When you see people like Margaret Brennan, right, who was broken. It was J.D. Vance went on her show, dropped the I don't really care Margaret line. She became a meme, right? She became a meme. that all of us could use. When you see one of these whiners online, I happen to be very partial to beating up on the Krasensteins on X. If you're on that platform, you know who they are. Just complete life losers, right? These are people who, if Donald Trump endorsed oxygen, they'd hold their breath. I'm protesting. You keep doing that. Keep protesting, because in a few minutes you're going to be sleeping, and that's nice. It'll be quiet for a little bit. Keep doing that. That's a nice way to protest. Hold your breath. Trump and I'm endorsing oxygen. We love oxygen. Air is so beautiful. We love air. And we love breathing. Breathing is a tremendous thing. I just want to see what happens when we say this. I love breathing. It's one of my favorite things to do. Nobody breathes like I do. I take a deep breath in, and then I take a deep breath out. Ooh, what a beautiful time to be alive, right? Breathing is so tremendous. You should try it. The left will hear that, and they'll just... They'll hold their breath. Keep holding your breath. Keep holding your breath. So the Democrats are making a huge mistake, as I said. They're defending the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. And even worse, right now, Margaret Brennan, Jonathan Karl, Hakeem Jeffries, all of these people, they're starting to defend positions that aren't even like on the borderline of being popular. That's why, that bit just before about Trump endorsing oxygen, breathing is a pretty popular thing to endorse, right? Because you have to breathe to stay alive, right? It should make complete sense. And the fact of the matter is where the left is right now. So Donald Trump endorses, and is running and campaigning on border security. They're like, no, open the border. That's not popular. Maybe 8 years ago, you made it sound popular and you made it sound nice by accusing Trump and accusing his supporters and accusing Republicans and accusing white people of being racist. You want to close the border, it's because you hate, and then mention Group X. Any policy decision that you disagreed with, it was because you hated some minority group. That's the way it used to be. That has worn out and worn thin because everybody sees through that. They have gone, it's the boy who cried wolf. It is the boy who cried wolf. This is why the Me Too movement fizzled out. This is why the, BLM movement fizzled out. This is why the, dictator and racist and Nazi, this is why none of these words mean anything anymore, because the left continued to use those words where they weren't appropriate, right? Donald Trump is a neo-Nazi because he called very fine people, called neo-Nazis very fine people. Never happened. The truth got out to enough people. Trump is a Russian agent. Trump is not a Russian agent. So they continue to use these terms, these insults, these smears, these labels. The labels always wind up being BS. So the next time people hear it, they're like, oh, racist again. Well, that doesn't mean what it used to mean because nobody knows if it's true or not. You can't survive this many scandals like Jussie Smollett, like Bubba Wallace, right? Like the Trump said the N-word on tape. Someone, I think it was Omarosa, said that years ago. You can't continue to survive those types of scandals when you don't produce the goods. And it comes down to one of my favorites, is Dan Bongino. He quotes the movie Moneyball all the time. If he's such a good hitter, how come he doesn't hit good? Okay, if Donald Trump is a racist, how come there's no proof? It's just these nonsense claims that are often hoaxes. Bubba Wallace in the garage at a NASCAR track. There's a noose. It's a garage. Every garage door at that racetrack has the pull to shut the door. All of them. You're telling me everyone's got a noose? Jussie Smollett, and then they said it was MAGA country. And then the part that you left out, Jussie, is that you paid them with a personal check. Talk about a stupid person, right? So the Democrats now, they're no longer like standing for something. They're standing now just completely against, not even something, but someone. And that someone, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, those people are uncovering abuses of our money. And Margaret Brennan, a week ago or 2 weeks ago goes, well, foreign aid is only 1% of the budget. That doesn't matter. Wait a second. If 40 billion accounts for 1%, we have a problem. Wouldn't you agree? If $40 billion is only 1% or around 1% of our budget, and maybe it's more than that, maybe it's 100, whatever it is. If the foreign aid budget totaling in the tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions, wherever it winds up being, is only 1% of our budget, wouldn't you say that kind of sheds light on a larger problem? I would say it sheds some light on a larger problem. Like our budget's too big. But here's my proposal to Margaret Brennan. Listen up, Peggy, right? How the hell do you get Peggy from Margaret, by the way? Very strange. I don't know how the hell that happened. Never would have happened if I was your president. People named Margaret would not be named Peggy, but I wasn't your president for a long time, and so stupid people did stupid things. I'm going to make a proposal to Margaret Brennan right now. If wasting 1% of a pool of money is acceptable because it's only 1%, so it could be wasted, right? Because there's 99% of it left. Now, I hereby request that Margaret Brennan sends me 1% of her income starting tomorrow, because if wasting 1% is okay, then surely she would not have a problem sending me 1% of her income so that I can go ahead and buy some beer with it and some fun toys. Right? I mean, if wasting 1% is okay, why Margaret Brennan should start. She should lead by example. Maybe she's into crypto. I'll send her my crypto wallet. She could pay me in Ethereum. Maybe. We'll see. Bitcoin. We'll see. Maybe she's not into crypto. Thankfully, we have PayPal. Margaret Brennan, if 1%, wasting 1% is okay, I hereby request that you send me 1% of your income, right? So that I can buy fun things with it. Beer, maybe a few new toys. You know what I'm saying? I could use a new Anakin Skywalker lightsaber for, I would like to start a vintage Star Wars collection. I'm a big geek, Star Wars geek. I'd love to buy, look, I would love to. I would love 1% of Margaret Brennan's income for doing completely nothing, because apparently, according to her, wasting 1% is okay. This is where the Democrats are. She had an even more bizarre take yesterday. We have so much. I got to tell you what happened here in Tennessee this weekend. My wife and I had a great time with the Williamson County Republican Party. Some news actually came out of it. Not, it's not earth-shattering stuff, but we were able to talk to Marsha Blackburn, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Congressman Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett. It's like China, not China. It's China. Burchett, great guy. Tim Burchett, beautiful person. We spoke to him. We spoke to Marsha Blackburn, State Senator Jack Johnson. You're saying, well, who cares about Tennessee? These things have national implications. And you may be very interested in some of the conversations there. So we'll get to that. We got so much more. Canada, cute little brothers at it again. They're booing the national anthem. We'll rip Hakeem Jeffries for a little bit. Dollar store Barack Obama, right? The New York State being sued over illegal alien. We got so much to get to on this Your Favorite President's Day. It is Your Favorite President's Day on 1210 WPHT. This is Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern time. And for that, I am so sorry that you have to hear me for the next almost 4 hours, but you're stuck with me. I'm stuck with you. Number to call is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll be right back in just a little bit with the full morning coming right up. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in on 1210 WPHT.
This half hour of Kayal and Company is brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of
hairy balls.
There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. February, American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating heart-friendly foods, and your dental health. Plaque can lead to bacteria growth. Not good for your heart, but it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Like heart disease, dental challenges can strike at any age. Concerns about your oral health? Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, Ambler.
We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to Kayal and Company live on 1210 WPHT. We're live on YouTube. We're live on the Odyssey app on this. Your favorite President's Day. We renamed it. We renamed it. I can tell you that. We renamed the day. It used to be called President's Day. Now it's called Your Favorite President's Day because your favorite president is back. You will understand what's happening. So, welcome back. It is your favorite President's Day. 6:22 on the East Coast, 5:22 in the greatest time zone, the Central Time Zone, here in the great state of Tennessee. Where my wife and I, we went to an event this weekend, and I know people are going to be like, I don't care about Tennessee. No, you do. Let me tell you why. There's some good news that came out of this event. Williamson County, Tennessee. It's one of the most influential counties in the state of Tennessee, here in Middle Tennessee. I had their Reagan Day Gala. I was introduced to MC the event, or offered to MC the event. Featured some pretty cool people. Tracy Miller, the chairman of their party. He's an awesome guy. Senator Marsha Blackburn, Congressman Tim Burchett. So it was really cool. And for those of you who didn't see it maybe last year, right around late October, early November, I was involved in this ad campaign for a Tennessee furniture company, DT McCall's, who, by the way, Brennan and I, my wife and I, have one of their couches in our living room. And it is the most comfortable couch I think I have ever sat on. When you sit on it, you can't get up. You feel like Mitch McConnell. You say, I've fallen and I can't get up. I'll tell you what. It's a great couch. And they're great people over there. Well, the ad was like censored on local news, and radio stations wouldn't play the audio versions of the ad because it sounded too much like Trump, which is the best compliment I've probably ever gotten. But the funny part about that was apparently the man who I worked with over there with DT McCall's, one of the owners, sent the ad like everywhere to like everybody in Tennessee, and he knows a lot of people. So Marsha Blackburn saw it. So she has seen, my work before, and I'm sitting down, we're sitting down in the back room, in the green room, just kind of getting ready. Brendan and I got TikTok on my phone because whatever. It's Chinese spyware. Google just got nailed selling everything to China. So, it is what it is. But I watched this guy on TikTok, this bizarre guy. His name is Jay Naring, and he's got 2 million followers. And he does the silliest thing. He takes a treadmill, he turns it on, he throws pool balls on the treadmill, like a full rack of pool balls, and they all line up. It's called treadmill pool ball racing. I got this thing playing in the back. This guy's screaming about, and he drops like plastic cups in the front. And the last ball that's left after the cups is the winner. And he does like 10 races in a row. And it's mindless, it's stupid, and it's my favorite thing. So we have it on. Marsha Blackburn walks into the room, and she's like, oh my gosh, I've always wanted to talk to you. AJ sent me the ad you did. So we're talking. She's like, I'm Marsha. I said, oh, we know who you are, Senator Blackburn. We were sitting down. Your hit was on Fox News. I said to my wife, we're going to be seeing her later. So anyway, we get to talking. She's awesome, Senator Blackburn. And, it's, a really nice woman. She's been in this game for a long time, politics. She's one of the reasons why Tennessee has a constitutional amendment to its state constitution where we don't have an income tax. Her, May Beaver, so many people here in this state. But anyway, what's the point? Because this is not, about the state of Tennessee today, the show. But I asked Marsha Blackburn, she's in the Senate, about Kash Patel. And so he's going to be confirmed this week. And then Senator Blackburn said at the event later that that Kash Patel and that she knows that the Epstein list is going to be released when Kash Patel takes over at the FBI. So good news from Senator Blackburn there. Confirmations are going well. We're very happy about Bobby Kennedy, right? We love Bobby. He's tremendous. Matter of fact, Bobby Kennedy popped out of my fridge the other day when I went to grab something with red dye 40, and he said, "I don't think you should be doing that." And so Bobby Kennedy's going to start popping out of your fridge if you start eating, unhealthy foods. We're in Maha territory now. But also at this event was State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, and we were talking to him about the first in the nation bill that he introduced last year, actually in 2023. He introduced it in the legislative session of 2023 here in the state of Tennessee, which banned gender affirming care for minors in the state of Tennessee and was immediately challenged. A little fun fact about that is my wife and I were at the Capitol in the gallery of the committee when he introduced that bill for the first time in 2023. So the bill passed through the Senate House committees, passed through the General Assembly here, which is like our House of Representatives at the state level, passed through the state Senate, signed into law, challenged by several different legal groups. And now the case is being heard, or was being heard last year, in front of the Supreme Court. It has a national impact because by June, we are, according to Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, expecting that decision on whether Tennessee's gender-affirming care ban for minors is constitutional. And if it is constitutional, for those of you who live in a red state, or if you're in a blue or purple state and would like to make your state red, it means you'll be able to access this bill and kind of copy and paste it and start pushing for it at your state legislative level. And what I'm getting at is the state of Tennessee is really leading the way. And that is apparently one of the goals of the state legislature now here at the state level. It's been talked about that they want Tennessee to be the most conservative state in the country. Florida is doing a great job as well. And this is not a you-know-what measuring contest, but this legislature has been going for it for the last couple of years. And the significance of states passing laws like the gender-affirming care ban for minors, and then they get challenged. And at first, it may seem annoying, right, that these cases are being challenged, and why can't they just let laws be passed? Well, this is okay. This is the way the process is supposed to shake out, because if you have legislation that appears as bulletproof, appears as safe as the gender-affirming care ban in Tennessee, you let it get challenged. You let it go up to the Supreme Court. You make your arguments. Supreme Court, you believe, will rule in your favor. And now you've got legal precedent, and you've set that legal precedent for the rest of the country to follow, so that when they pass an identical law, their laws can't get challenged. If Florida wants to pass a law, if Texas wants to pass a law, if Mississippi, Alabama, if the Carolinas, if some of these other red states want to pass these laws, they can pass them and know that there won't be a challenge. And it makes it safer for maybe a state legislature with a little bit less resources than that of a Tennessee, a smaller state that necessarily wouldn't be able to stand up to the legal scrutiny, the legal challenges because of finances, et cetera, can now pass a law like what Tennessee has passed and know that any challenges won't be heard because there's precedent that the law is constitutional. So these are two things. And the gender affirming care ban for minors here in Tennessee is it's out in front of the Supreme Court. You saw last year those lawyers, one of them, his last name was Strangio, which is accurate. It's one of these, I'm not even sure what the quote unquote gender assigned at birth was. But, and I'll just say this, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. If I'm a judge, specifically a Supreme Court justice, and somebody who looks like and sounds like this lawyer that was arguing, I think, for the ACLU in favor of against the gender affirming care ban. I believe this is a biological male that is now trying to become a female, or I might have it the other way around. But the bottom line is if somebody playing dress up comes and tries to argue a legal case in front of me, I'm probably not going to take anything they say seriously. Some folks may look at me and say that's bigoted. My thing is, if you don't know what gender you are in the morning, how can I trust you on literally anything else? Like, it's to the point where if somebody like that told me that water was wet, I would jump in a swimming pool just to make sure that water was still wet. All right, so we'll see how that shakes out. I have a feeling that will be a favorable result. So that was a really fun weekend over at the Williamson County Republican Party Reagan Day Gala. Tim Burchett, also one of our best congressmen. I don't just say ours in terms of Tennessee, but the country as a whole. If you follow Tim Burchett, he is he's also into like Bigfoot and all that type of stuff too, which is really funny. They awarded him a 6-foot life-size Sasquatch statue thing. But Tim Burchett's also into cutting government waste, and he has been for a long time. And he talked a lot about that. And when there are not enough people like Congressman Burchett in Congress that care, but he cares. And if you follow him, and I've been following him for a while, he's disgusted at the spending in a lot of these bills, these continuing resolutions, et cetera. So it was nice to spend the night with him, with Senator Blackburn, with Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, the Williamson County Republican Party. As things are going to start ramping up here in Tennessee over the course of the next 2 years, governor's race coming up. Our governor is term limited out, so there'll be a primary, and we will see what exactly happens here in the state of Tennessee. But I will tell you what, it's awesome to be in a state like this. Obviously, coming from New York, where New York was leading the way when it comes to communist bills that were being passed at the state level, hate speech laws, because of stuff that myself and the loud majority said on podcasts, right? Hate speech bills. I was being called a terrorist by state elected leaders who are no longer elected leaders because, we made sure that you didn't get reelected. Anna Kaplan, sorry, but not really. All of these different ideas that were passed in New York coming out of a state like that, coming to a state like Tennessee that's at the cutting edge of conservatism is just, it's quite the contrast, right? It's quite the windshield wiper effect. I went from like all the way on the left to like back here in common sense land. So it is very nice to be a part of this state, to officially be a homeowner in this state, and to know that the folks in our legislature are just trying to make it better, not just for us, but with these bills like the gender affirming care bill, the ban on minors, gender affirming care ban on minors or for minors. They're trying to make national precedent as well, so that other states can follow and really put an end to that scourge. Because what they're doing to children with these drugs that are used to chemically castrate sex offenders is not acceptable. If you can't drink a beer at 18 years old, and if you can't vote before 18 years old, and by the way, I think Congressman Burchett said this at the Williamson County Gala when he was delivering his keynote speech. If 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds a part of Doge are too young and too inexperienced and don't know enough and, all that to uncover government waste, then how can a 15-year-old decide to chop off body parts? It's a question that's grounded in logic. We know the left really has a hard time with that. So that's a weekend update. It was a lot of fun. We had a great time. It is always a great time here in Middle Tennessee. And if anybody from the 1210 family comes down to Middle Tennessee, if there's an event going on or whatnot, you just let me know, because we love it. We love it down here, and it's always good being involved. And I encourage anybody, wherever you're at, get involved with your local Republican Party or activist groups. Get to know people. This is how the movement stays strong. And hey, we've been through it, haven't we? Since 2020. And look where we are. We came out on the other side. It is your favorite President's Day because your favorite president is back because of beautiful people like you. Absolutely tremendous people like you. So give yourselves a pat on the back. And as Congressman Burchett said, victory lap is over. Time to get back to work. And that is exactly what we will do. On the other side of the break, we're going to get to our little brother, Canada, Queen Justine. They did the F around portion and quickly went through Find Out 101. If there's anything that I can tell the rest of the world, please do not put the weight of the country on the shoulders of the U.S. hockey team, because you're going to get your butts beaten every single time. Rest of the world. Canada, little brother, chimed in on our national anthem. We'll get to that. They got to know their place. And your place is here on 1210 WPHT. We're going to be right back with more after this. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in for the next, 3.5 hours or so, up until 10 a.m. Eastern time. Keep it locked right here. You're listening to Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. Have you thought about being part of the electrified era with a new all-electric vehicle? Whether you're looking for the new Honda Prologue or Acura ZDX, the award-winning Hyundai Ioniq 5, or the luxurious Genesis GV60, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group have you covered. Oh, we can't forget about the spacious Volkswagen ID4 or the thrilling Nissan Aria. With available tax credits, complimentary charging options, and low finance rates, visit your local Piazza dealer now, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Meet Nick Kayal and Dawn Stensland at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6481.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in on your favorite President's Day, right? Your favorite President's Day. It is the day that we celebrate your favorite president. We're supposed to celebrate the other presidents, too, like Washington and Lincoln. We knew them very well. Got along very well with Abraham Lincoln. You know, I said to him, I said, Abe. He said, sir. I said, Abe, we should take your hat, we should paint it red and put Make America Great Again, right? He wanted to do it. He wanted to do it. If I was your president, he never would have went to that play, by the way, the Ford Theater. Never would have went there. Folks, it's your favorite President's Day here on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in all morning long until 10 a.m. Eastern right here on 1210 WPHT for Nick and Greg and Dawn. They are enjoying their President's Day. I don't know if they're having as much fun as I am, though. Probably not. Probably not. We're going to have a good time. We got to talk about little brother, right? We got to talk about little brother. Canada. And you know what? You know, we have a couple little brothers around the world, but Canada is like the annoying little brother. You just like want to flick him in the head. Okay? I'll tell you this. Enough is enough with the booing of the listen, if Canada wants to boo the national anthem, it's fine. Whatever. It bothers me. I don't like to see it. I don't think Americans should boo "Oh Canada" because that's just not nice. Right? That's just not. They got their own problems. They don't need us booing theirs. But the funny part is, they're booing. It's in a hockey game. They're like, oh, we're going to boo the national anthem. We'll show those Americans we're going to boo their national anthem. I don't know if you missed it, Canada, but like Americans were booing our national anthem for a while. We've seen worse. We've seen worse, okay? Second of all, what is the point that you're trying to prove? What, that you believe everything that your mainstream media tells you? Right. So we impose tariffs on Canadian goods because, we're tired of being taken advantage of. You don't like that? Okay. What is the point you're trying to prove? That you could boo? Philly boos. What's the point? At least when Philly fans boo, their teams win. Right? At least when Philly fans boo, their teams win. The Eagles anyway. Maybe not the Phillies, but the Eagles. Right? The ELGS Eagles. Sherelle Parker. DEI. Can't spell a 6-letter word. That still blows my mind. That still blows my mind. But to the Canadian fan, like, what are you trying to prove? What is the point with the whole we're going to boo the national? What is are you trying to send a message? Okay, you're unhappy with the tariffs. Oh, you should be unhappy with your own government. You're just letting Trudeau kind of fall back into good graces. Oh, you're so true as Canada. The guy sold your country out to China. You're upset about Trump and tariffs? Give me a break. So now they boo the national anthem. Okay, fine, whatever. And they score the first goal. What was it, 3 fights in 9 seconds? 3 fights in 9 seconds. And hat tip to the Kachuk brothers. Those guys, they were just like, you know what we're going to do when the game starts? They drop the puck, fight. And it was just like one Kachuk into the box, 2 Kachucks into the box. It was amazing. It was amazing. And that's like old school hockey, right? You'll have like a fight break out on the ice, a stoppage of play, and you'll have 2 guys that basically agree once the puck drops that they're just going to fight just for the hell of it. And right at the beginning of the game, I didn't see that coming. And then with 3 fights in 9 seconds. Old school hockey. And why don't we look at what happened in that game, shall we? It's fun. We'll look at what happened in that game. So the Canadian fans boo the national anthem. And and then we get a big win.
What a tilt. What on Miller. And Miller dropped the glove, so Perico's going to answer. And Perico, the way, speeds Eichel into the zone, flipping it through, scores! Game tied as Team USA has answered. And away goes Larkin. It's a 2-on-1. Larkin scores! Team USA has the lead. Get down the ice, Larkin with the open net. Across to Gensel. Scores. Jake Gensel's got it.
Well, I'll tell you this: the United States sure has a pretty good habit of beating communist nations on the hockey rink, don't they? Yeah. You know, it's like if and the thing is, right? Hockey is Canada's sport, especially like NHL, where it's played at the highest level in the world. Like, hockey is Canada's sport. How do you boo? How do your fans come out? You're going to boo the national anthem. You know, it's hockey. You feel a sense of national pride. It's your game. You were the home team in this one. And what happened? Oh, we just played for you. What happened? 3-1. That is your final. U.S. advances to the final, the finals of this 4-nation face-off, which I had no idea was even going on. But it's, you know, it's whatever. It's kind of cool. And the timing of it in this case is pretty awesome with the tariffs and the trade disputes, et cetera, with Trudeau and Trump and all that. You know, I call him Governor Trudeau. Yeah, we're 51st state. They're very cute, these people. Very cute. Adorable little brother, right? Adorable little brother. But it's funny to watch Canada and their fans act so, you know, outraged over the tariffs, boo the national anthem, talk all that smack. 3 fights in 9 seconds, and those are probably initiated by the American players, and that's okay. They lose at their own game on their own turf. It's like if the United States and Canada showed off or had a game, a football game, American football. I bet you Americans could probably beat Canadians in Canadian football too. You know, we invented the sport. It's our sport. But if the United States lost a football game to the Canadian national team, right? That would never happen. And it's funny to see our boys, our guys go over there and beat Canada at their own game after they booed the national anthem and act tough. So that's nice. So you booed off the ice. You lost on the ice. USA won. Canada goes down. Canada goes down into the I guess they play Finland. I don't know. I'm not really following. I just saw this, but I'm not really following this too closely. But it's funny that Canada wants to start booing and they want to start bowing up to the United States as if they're not completely and totally dependent on us. And that's what really bothers me. And that just kind of shows you what the rest of the world actually thinks about the United States. You know, Donald Trump cutting USAID funding and putting a pause on foreign aid and putting America first and the reciprocal tariffs, which is only fair. You charge us 10%. We charge you 10%. You want to get charged 0%? You know what you got to do. If not, the tariffs are in place. Apparently, Emmanuel Macron is calling an emergency meeting in France. They're terrified. All the right people are scared, folks. All the right people are terrified. They're scared. They're unhappy. They're freaking out. You know, they're breaking out in hives. They're like, what are we going to do? It's only been 3 weeks or whatever. It's only been almost a month. And he's just doing too much too quickly. It's a no huddle offense. We can't catch your breath. I love it. But all the right people are scared. But I love when you look at like countries like Canada, Ukraine, right? These countries wouldn't exist without the United States. Let's look at Ukraine for a second. I love when Zelensky, you know, another one, he comes out there, he talks so tough. Oh, Vladimir Putin bad. You've Zelensky good. We good. We stand up. Slava Ukraini, right? Like all this nonsense. Great. Have pride in your country, whatever. But don't sell this bill of goods to the rest of the world that you are some free and independent country, because at the end of the day, you're not. Yes, you have your own government. Yes, you have your own borders, which, by the way, you're struggling to maintain. Yes, you have your own laws. Fine. All those things are valid, but you are not independent. If you were, you wouldn't need $200 billion worth of foreign aid and military aid and subsidies and all this other to stay afloat against Russia if you were an independent country. You know who's an independent country? The United States of America. You know who's a dependent country? Ukraine. Ukraine is completely and totally dependent on the money that we send them. If they weren't, Vladimir Zelensky wouldn't be coming into Pennsylvania in the middle of an election, signing bombs, getting on his knees, begging for more money in the war against Russia. Canada is a dependent country. If Canada bordered another nation to its south that was not the strongest military in the world, Canada would probably look a lot different than it does today. Canada is a dependent country on the United States. Does that mean they're our state? No, not yet anyway. But these countries that want to act all tough when the United States says, hey, we're going to dial back the money. Well, you can't do that. Boo, we're going to play your national anthem. Oh, yes, we can. We call the shots, not you. What do you think, the United States is beholden to Canada? What do you think, the United States is beholden to what Ukraine wants? Now, a lot of our senators, unfortunately, are, right? They're beholden to Ukraine because of, Ukraine's reliance on the and patronage of the military-industrial complex. There's obviously been a lot of different ventures that have been funded in Ukraine from on both sides of the aisle, whether it's wars, whether it's, corrupt energy companies and family deals, in Ukraine. So a lot of people are the CIA uses Ukraine for intel on Russia, et cetera. So there's a lot of people with a lot of skin in the game there when it comes to Ukraine. But again, with the amount of tax dollars that is going to Ukraine can, to keep Ukraine afloat, if the United States did not send the aid, the foreign aid, the military aid, everything to Ukraine would not exist. We know that. It's a fact. Again, if it wasn't that significant, Zelensky wouldn't be begging. And we're also the reason why NATO still exists. Trump is thinking about withdrawing from them. We should. He said, oh, yeah, you want to empower Russia. I don't give a damn about Russia. I'm tired of being ripped off. The rest of the world, look at Canada. Canada was bold enough to actually put that on display. That's how the rest of the world feels. They feel entitled to our coffers. They feel entitled to our riches. They feel entitled to our wealth, your money. You get taxed on everything. It's absurd. And only for your money to be sent to these entitled, spoiled tyrants around the world. The EU, Ukraine. Zelensky is a tyrant. He does not want the war to end. You know why? Because he's canceled all elections because he's a quote-unquote wartime president. Well, as long as there's a war, he can claim to be a wartime president. He can cancel elections. He can stay in power. He could be the beneficiary of your money. They've stolen property. They've seized property from people who are in the opposition party in Ukraine. Why are we funding this guy? They've closed churches, consolidated the media, folded the government. There's no such thing as an opposition party now. It's illegal in Ukraine. Elections are canceled. These are things where, like, if you read about it in history, you'd be like, oh, so like Hitler did that, right? I think, these are things where you see it. Those are like the red flags. Like, this guy looks like he's a dictator. We're propping him up. And they want to say it's an independent country. It's not an independent. Ukraine is not an independent country. Canada is not an independent country. They're a dependent country. We should be able to, on our taxes, put the entire nation of Canada and the entire nation of Ukraine and Paraguay and Uganda and the European Union and Colombia and so all those places that Doge found millions and billions of dollars of waste on just ludicrous things, trans comic books, Sesame Street in Iraq, gas stations in Afghanistan, operas in Colombia, DEI in Serbia, border security in Paraguay. We could go down the list. We'll be here for hours. Transgender mice, right? Or in Guatemala, I think it was. We could be here for days going through all this stuff, right? We should be able to list those nations and those causes as dependents on our taxes because they are dependent on our taxes. If we didn't, and I'm not saying anybody breaks the law here. If the entire country decided tomorrow, like, activist grassroots, no taxes, those programs would fail. They need our money. Those nations would fail. They need our money. If we don't give them our money, they don't exist. Those are not independent countries. These are not independent agencies. These are not non-biased, non-political, non-partisan. These are very partisan. These are very dependent nations, institutions, and programs that without our money, we don't have a choice in the matter right now, they wouldn't exist. So Canada learned its place, and Ukraine is about to learn next. America's being put first again, and that puts a nice bow on this first hour here on 1210 WPHT. Man, did that first hour fly by. In the second hour, we'll get to more of this, what's an independent nation and what's not an independent nation. Plus, Donald Trump is seeing his approval ratings soar, and Hakeem Jeffries, dollar store Obama, was left speechless on with Jonathan Karl of, I believe, ABC. So we will get to that on the other side of the break. We'll have some fun at Hakeem Jeffries' expense. Of course, he's the guy who said fart harder as well after the speaker election. So we'll get to all that and more as we wrap up hour one and begin hour two on the other side of the break. You're listening to Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in for the duration up until 10 a.m. Eastern time. We'll be right back after this.
Kayal and Company this morning brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Something amazing is happening in networking. Organizations are scaling with less stress. That's because CDW is designing and implementing intelligent HPE Aruba networking solutions that simplify and secure operations. With automation at the center of your data center, growing pains can be a thing of the past. HPE Aruba Networking and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Aruba.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. February, American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating heart-friendly foods, and your dental health. Plaque can lead to bacteria growth. Not good for your heart, but it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Like heart disease, dental challenges can strike at any age. Concerns about your oral health? Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back. Hour 2 on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in for Nick and Dawn and Greg here on your favorite President's Day. It's your favorite President's Day. And we have people in our live chat who want to move to Canada, apparently. We got folks in our YouTube live chat are telling us why a trade deficit with Canada is actually a good thing. Ay, ay, ay. Some TDS will just never be fixed. And it really is a shame when we see this. Well, Trump signed the USMCA. The point that I'm making isn't that the USMCA is necessarily a phenomenal deal. It was an upgrade over NAFTA. That's number one. And number two, the point that I made was we send billions more to Canada, tens of billions more to Canada than they send to us. We have a trade deficit with Canada of $63.3 billion. If that stopped, Canada would be no more. Okay? So first the argument against the position was, we don't actually send that much to Canada. Then we're like, we send $60 billion. Well, who negotiated that deal? Wait, I thought we didn't send that much to Canada. Yes, Trump negotiated that deal. And Trump's point is, hey, I gave you a $63.3 billion bone. And you're spitting it out. No. We can't ask for fairness on the world stage. That isn't nice. Thank goodness some of our YouTube trolls are not leading our country. Hey, that's what our country did look like over the last 4 years. How'd that go, by the way? Last 4 years. Was it good? We have a good time last 4 years? Did it go well? No, it didn't. Not at all. It actually went so badly that an entire political alignment began to take place in the 2024 election. That's right. Okay, got it. It is TDS, and it's chronic. It's chronic. It's okay. It's okay. All right, we got to talk because you know what? As silly as the argument that we should be nicer to Canada, should be nicer to Canada. As funny as the argument is that obviously we should do more for Canada. $63.3 billion isn't enough. We have Hakeem Jeffries and Hakeem Jeffries on ABC. Jonathan Karl, who's a loser in his own right. The guy's just a total hack. But Jonathan Karl highlighted with Hakeem Jeffries that Donald Trump is actually still, and this is the first time this has happened for him. It was the first term, Donald Trump's first term in 2017 when it began. There was that dark cloud of Russia, 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 which was all bull crap. But they had Russia, Russia, Russia hanging over Trump's head. So we didn't really get that honeymoon period, right? You had Joy Behar tanking the stock markets over Mike Flynn, right? He talked to the Russians. There's a rooster behind where we live here in Tennessee that kind of sounds like Joy Behar, but it is more enjoyable to listen to. And hey, that thing was going off at like 4 a.m. today. But he didn't have that honeymoon phase, and now he's got it because you went from Trump and everyone thought Orange Man bad, and now you're back with you go to Democrat rule for 4 years, and now you're back with Trump. People wanted it back because they were like, actually, on second thought, it wasn't that bad. It was the wake-up call that a lot of people needed, and I'm actually very grateful for that wake-up call. So you had Hakeem Jeffries on with Jonathan Karl on mainstream media, and Jonathan Karl is highlighting that Trump's policy decisions right now are actually very popular. Trump's policy decisions right now are actually very popular with the American people. And I like data, so I like to dive into this data. But let's play this clip. Hakeem Jeffries on with Jonathan Karl. Listen to his response. He's speechless. How could Donald Trump be popular? He's Hitler. Play it.
Donald Trump's favorability rating is actually higher than it ever was the first time around. Let me ask you, a recent poll by Marquette looked at several of the things that he has done or says that he is going to do, and 63% favor federal government's recognition of only two sexes, 60% favor deporting immigrants who entered the United States illegally, 60% favor expanding oil and gas production, 59% favor declaring an emergency at the southern border. Is there anything you are seeing that Trump is doing that you are in favor of, that you think is the right thing?
Let me say, as it relates to all of those issues, we're just at the beginning.
Hamina. You already see the Honeymooners episodes? Like, was that the $19,000 or $64,000 answer, whatever that was? Those issues are just the beginning. 63% was it? 63% approval of the recognition of only two genders. 63%. Okay, now, did Donald Trump win? This is what I'm getting at. Did Donald Trump win the 2024 election with 63% of the popular vote? The answer is no. And that's probably never going to happen. I mean, that's a landslide. The popular vote was close, right? It was like Trump was like 49.9%, if you believe all the California vote totals. And then Kamala Harris was a couple of points below that. Donald Trump did earn more votes, more raw votes than Kamala Harris. Jonathan Karl asks Hakeem Jeffries in that clip. It goes longer. It was a very long clip, but Jeffries says they're just at the beginning. He says the core promise that Trump made is that he's going to lower costs for everyday Americans. Apparently now that matters to the Democrat Party, lowering costs. Donald Trump's been president for 3 weeks. They're like, but the price of eggs. Yes. Where were you? When eggs went through the roof under Biden, you were like, no, we don't eat eggs. You have to eat plant-based eggs. That's right. That's what you were doing. That's right. 63% favor recognizing only two sexes. 60% favor deporting illegals. 60% favor expanding oil and gas production. 59% favor declaring an emergency at the southern border. When you look at these numbers, it's around 60% in favor of the Trump issues, which is very significant. I think it should be higher, but it's very significant, and it came from Marquette University. No friend of Donald Trump. Well, my question is, what does it mean? So Donald Trump won with 49% of the vote, right? let's call it 50. And you have numbers here with 63%, 60%, 60%, and 59%. That means there is room yet to grow. And the Democrats should be incredibly panicked over those numbers, because the fact that Donald Trump now is embracing these common sense policy positions, and these are common sense policy positions. We want energy prices to come down, so we're going to produce more of our own energy so we don't have to bring it in from other countries. 60% favor expanding oil and gas production. The southern border is a mess. We know it's a mess. We see people getting murdered. Laken Riley, Travis Wolf, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nongare, right? 59% favor declaring an emergency at the southern border to secure the southern border. This is a common sense position. 60% favor deporting people who are illegally in our country. Resources are being spent on these folks. I remember when that was a conspiracy theory. Now it's not. It's been proven in several instances that people that are illegally in our country are receiving taxpayer-funded benefits without contributing to the system themselves. That is theft, okay? That is theft. 60% of the country, according to that poll, favors deporting them. And 63% favor recognizing the government recognizing only two genders. But Donald Trump only won 50% of the vote, which means there are people who voted for the other party that took positions completely opposite to what they believe right now. It is a very promising indicator. I know we're getting really far ahead of things now, but 2026. I always said the 2024 election was not the culmination of a political realignment. It was the beginning of a political realignment. When you see a larger share of voters who agree with Trump's policy positions than who voted for Trump, this is significant. His policy positions right now, which are rooted in common sense, are popular. The Democrats do not have policy positions that are rooted in common sense anymore because Donald Trump owns them all. And the Democrats are so infatuated with being the party of anti-Trump. They don't stand for something anymore. They stand against someone now. When you ask a Democrat, well, what do you stand for? Well, I stand against the fascists like Donald Trump. Fascist? When's the last time a fascist started to shrink the size of the federal government? When is the last time you ever saw? Did Mussolini, was he like, we're going to cut the size of the government. We want a smaller government and less control over everybody. That's not what fascists do. That's not what fascists do. The Democrats are arguing in favor of more government, more taxpayer-funded nonsense with USAID, more IRS agents. They signed that bill into law, the Inflation Reduction Act, 87,000 IRS agents. More government powers, more little bureaucrats and agencies. I mean, look, we're shrinking the size now of the federal government. It's not what fascists do. The point of the matter is now Donald Trump's policy positions are more popular than he is. Or at least based off of the latest, most accurate poll that we got, the 2024 election. Donald Trump's policy positions are more popular than he is, which means there is room to grow still. There are people that will continue to come around over the course of the next year and a half. Where we get into the 2026 midterms, which matter, folks. If that political realignment that we witnessed start on November 5th and in the November 2024 election, if that policy position that we witnessed begin, if that political realignment that we witnessed continues, the midterms are going to buck the trend historically, and it'll help the nation. It'll help for continuity's sake going into the 2028 election. Now I'm really far ahead, but you got to think that way. And we're in a good position right now. We just got to follow through. And I believe we will. I believe we will. But what that shows you, that the fact that Donald Trump's policy positions are more popular than he is, shows you Democrats are still losing ground. And they're going to continue losing ground because they're standing behind things that are not popular anymore. Donald Trump has forced them into a corner to defend things that are indefensible. That's not easy to do. And yet they're doing it because they're the party of anti-Trump. They're not the party of pro anything anymore. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. We also got New York. New York is being sued over illegal aliens by the Trump DOJ. Not criminal charges, but they are being sued over illegal aliens and some of their policies. We actually have a left-wing news outlet that tells us what's going on with these policies. So New York being sued over that. Another crazy story about an illegal alien in New York City as well. We'll get to all that on the other side of the break. You're listening to Kayal and Company, Hour 2 underway. Sean Farish filling in until 10 a.m. Eastern here, right here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company on your favorite President's Day, and we'll be right back after this.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need, and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a 1 bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people
across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back, 722 on Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT, 722 there in the Eastern time zone, but it's 622 in the greatest time zone. It is your favorite President's Day, right? It's your favorite President's Day. That's what today is, your favorite president and your favorite President's Day, and we did very well, and we're continuing to do very well. It's Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in until 10 o'clock Eastern time. Right here on 1210 WPHT, we're talking Canada, we're talking United States, trade deficits, and illegal aliens now. New York State is being sued over illegal aliens. Get to an article on CBS News in just a second. Because, you know, we'll go to the left to see what they're talking about. Again, that they are defending positions that are just not popular. We heard what Jared Jeffries. He was a basketball player, not Jared Jeffries. Might as well be Jared Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries had to say last segment. Didn't really have to say much, as a matter of fact. But we do have a caller on the line. It's Ed. It's Ed and Delran. We've spoken to Ed before. What's up, Ed?
My man, Sean Farish, does not want this country to perish.
That's right. You are 100% right, Ed. What's going on, man?
Well, I just want to say that isn't it just freaking amazing how that these guys, these Democrats, can defend waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. It's just amazing. It shows their true colors.
Yeah, well, and we've heard Congresswoman Yvette Clarke in Brooklyn say that, you know, she needs more people in her district. Doesn't matter if they're legal or not. She needs more people in her district, in her congressional district for redistricting purposes. It's all about power for them. They don't care about anything else. They certainly don't care about you and me. So, you know, it's the hill to die on is not waste, fraud, and abuse, but for the Democrats, it is, because I think we're going to be finding out that a lot of that waste and a lot of that fraud and a lot of that abuse winds up going in their campaign bank accounts.
I have no doubt, my friend, and sadly, we would be in much better shape when John F. Kennedy and even Ronald Reagan said, you know what, we got to have smaller, smarter government. They would hang John Kennedy all over again or shoot him in the head again for what he believed.
Well, of course, and that's why Donald Trump has come under threat, hasn't it? And, you know, I think that's why you're seeing these assassination attempts and all the violent rhetoric. We got a story out of New Jersey of a teacher that is apparently promoting the assassination of Donald Trump. So it is just wild stuff. But Ed, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you so much for the call, and we'll be touching on a bunch of that this morning. Ed and Delran. All right, always good to talk to the community, to Ed, and to so many people. New York has come under fire recently. They're being sued over illegal aliens. I used to live in New York, and it was an issue when I was there. And again, I want to make my position clear what I feel about the border and immigration. And I have always felt this way. All right. Immigration's going to happen. We're going to have it. People are going to come into our country. And I'm not necessarily upset about folks from other countries coming into my country legally. There's a system in place. There are laws that need to be followed. And that's really all I'm going to ask anybody to do is just follow those laws and don't abuse that system. And I think that's fair. I don't think that's actually probably closer to the quote unquote center than many of my conservative, colleagues, counterparts, teammates, peers, etc. I know a lot of people who are like, no immigration. That's to me, in my opinion, that's not practical. Now, a pause on immigration so that we can get our matters in order. We could have a conversation, but there's always going to be immigration into the country. We're never going to hit zero. However, we could hit net zero. The Democrats talk about net zero all the time with climate. We could deport all of the illegals. I'm not saying replacing all of them with legal citizens because there's still not enough room, but at least if the folks that are coming here legally are documented, tax-paying people who are actually contributing to society and not sucking off of it, we would fare a little bit better. I've never had an issue with legal immigration so long as the system was not abused, and it is still not a perfect system. But illegal immigration, I do not tolerate. I don't care what your excuse is for coming into the country illegally. If you broke the law, you broke the law. And if we're told that nobody is above the law, well, I mean, we should just enforce it then, shouldn't we? Now, it's a little different when you look at it case by case. Somebody who illegally entered the country, right? Illegally entered the country. They just didn't come through on a port of entry. They're now here. They're now living here. That is a criminal. There are people who overstay their visas, right? Their visa expires. Now their status is, they're not supposed to be here, and it's a whole thing, and it's a clerical situation. That's a civil violation. Still a violation, still needs to be enforced. But my biggest problem is not somebody who comes here and overstays a visa. My biggest problem is the invasion that's happening on the southern border. These folks come in, and then they run to these states that are calling themselves sanctuaries so they can be hidden, so they can stay there and leech off of the system and suck off of the system for quite some time. And they did that over the last 4 years, but it's been going on for longer than the last 4 years. We have to be fair. It's been going on for longer than the last 4 years. But New York State is now finding itself under fire. Specifically, when Pam Bondi announced that she was filing suit against New York State's Kathy Hochul, the governor, the Attorney General Letitia James, and their manager, supervisor, head of the Department of Motor Vehicles, Mark Schroeder. And a lot of people were like, why the DMV? What do they have to do with any of this? Well, there's a law in New York that they passed a while ago. I think it was in 2018 or 2019 called the Green Light Law, making New York, and this is according to, by the way, CBS News. Okay. So these people are not my friends. They're not your friends. This is the mainstream media. And the reason why we're citing the mainstream media is to show you these green light laws, or these laws that are similar to what was passed in New York. They are laws that are meant to conceal illegal aliens. And that is an issue. Okay. New York can give illegal aliens driver's licenses. They claim that they can't be used to register to vote. We can have a different conversation about that another time. The point of the matter is, New York is giving driver's licenses and has been giving driver's licenses to illegal aliens, okay? And they're not sharing that data with ICE in order to remove the illegal aliens. And so Pam Bondi is suing to get those names and get those lists and get that information. New York's green light law. This is from CBS News, just a little background. New York was the 13th state to enact such a measure. The goal of the law was to make it safer for everybody on the road by making it easier for immigrant drivers to get insurance. At least 19 states, including New Jersey. See, that sounds nice, doesn't it? But that's not what these laws are. At least 19 states, including New Jersey and Connecticut, now have similar laws in place, along with D.C. The drive-only licenses, according to New York, cannot be used to vote or for some federal or state identification purposes. The details of the laws differ from state to state, including whether a driver's information can be shared with federal authorities, and that is where the issue is. The law provides a number of privacy protections that limit data sharing, including to agencies that primarily enforce immigration laws. Why are we concealing information from authorities that enforce immigration laws if that's not the issue here? Requires disclosure to license holders when an immigration enforcement agency requests data from the DMV, according to the New York DMV vehicle's website. Bondi said that's precisely the problem. Quote, it's tipping off an illegal alien, and that's unconstitutional, she said Wednesday, and that's why we filed the lawsuit. So Bondi is arguing that the green light law allows these illegal aliens to know when their information has been shared with ICE, which then gives the illegal alien a heads up that ICE is coming, right? It's like Pablo Rivero, right? ICE is coming, ICE is coming, ICE is coming. They're requesting information. You better get a move on. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, the bucktooth bandit of Buffalo, I call her, is named in the lawsuit, responded with a statement Wednesday evening saying the law has, quote, been upheld by the courts time and again. Hochul saying you're going to have to sue to get this data, et cetera, et cetera. She calls Elon Musk's Doge operation shadowy, even though they've been very transparent. And she's making it about 16-year-olds and vulnerable people, et cetera, and that's not what it's about anyway. What other states have these laws, and how are they used in other states? And how is this, why is this a bigger problem than just what Pam Bondi is highlighting? Well, first of all, if we look at New York State's got a traffic problem, don't they? The way to fix your traffic problem is not to put more drivers on the road, just like the way to keep the Titanic afloat was not to put water on the boat, right? If you have a leak in your house, the way to fix the leak is not with more water, right? Does that make sense? If your food is too salty, adding salt is not going to make it better, right? I mean, we're making sense here, right? This is logic. We're okay. I hope so. I know some of us are struggling with the logic thing this morning, but that's okay. So there are other states with these laws. Let's see what we can think the common denominator is with most of these states. California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Rhode Island, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington. I think 2 of them are red states. Maybe now 3. Utah, Virginia, which is like a purple state, and Nevada, which went pretty heavily Republican recently. Big swing. The rest of them, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington State. They are all blue states. They all have these laws. Well, I would be very curious to know the amount of those states that either are sanctuary states or have sanctuary cities within them. We know Illinois does. We know California does. We know New York does. Interesting. Oh, by the way, the Washington law dates back to 1993, and it allows people without Social Security numbers to use alternative documents like a utility bill or a tax ID number to show proof of residence. So you could be an illegal alien. You could have some sort of job off the books, be paying for utility, and go ahead and get a driver's license in Washington. And in New York, a lot of the same loopholes exist. Well, I ain't going to help your traffic problem. And if you're going to be tipping off illegal aliens that ICE is coming to enforce our immigration laws that they broke, oh, that's also a problem. And so Pam Bondi now is suing to rectify that. We'll see how this holds up. We will see how this holds up. People say, well, why are you so focused on illegal aliens? What is the big deal? Oh, I'll tell you what the big deal is. We have a gruesome story that we're going to talk about next segment. Gruesome. Out of New York City. You still want to hide illegals from the federal authorities? More of this is going to go on. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to hear what's going on in New York City. It is your favorite President's Day. Nobody's having a better day than your favorite president, right? Your favorite President's Day. On 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in until 10 a.m. Eastern time. Right here on 1210 WPHT. Do not go anywhere. We got a disturbing story out of New York City coming up after this. A little update, too, about Tennessee, if we can get to it. We will get to it. I promise you that. Also, the Daytona 500 yesterday, I watched it. Newsweek, they kind of chummed the water before the race. We'll get to that maybe towards the end. It's a funny story. Something else that has been blamed on Donald Trump that, just like everything else, it's Trump's fault. But we'll get back to that. We'll get to that and get to so much more on the other side of this break. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in until 10 a.m. here on 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere.
This hour of your favorite president filling in for Kayal and Company is brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Right now at Staples, save $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends April 5th. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Al Buttigieg. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Meet Nick Kayal and Dawn Stenzelin at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli, we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years. And so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. And trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at VeneriaDental.com, V-A-N-A-R-I-A, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back to Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT, 742 in the Eastern Time Zone, 642 in the greatest time zone, the Central, right here in beautiful Tennessee. We love Tennessee, tremendous place. It is your favorite President Day. Your favorite President's Day. The greatest President's Day, by the way. We're having a tremendous time. Wrapping up the second hour. We're almost halfway there. Bon Jovi, I can hear him singing. We're almost halfway there. This morning, it's been a fun morning. Talking about New York getting sued over illegal aliens and their green light law. This is a law that, by the way, in 2023, Minnesota enacted a very similar law. And Minnesota, the loopholes are just insane for anybody who is not a legal resident to get a driver's license. 2023, according to CBS, Minnesota enacted the most recent of these laws, impacting approximately 81,000 people. While the state does not ask for proof of U.S. citizenship or permanent residence status, applicants must provide identifying documents like an unexpired foreign passport or foreign birth certificate. Under the law, Minnesota Department of Public Safety officials do not submit the names or personal information of applicants to immigration law enforcement. So again, Bondi and ICE and Tom Holman, they're looking to find out where these people are, what these people are doing, who they are, so that they can apprehend them and remove them from the country and enforce our immigration law. Now you have Minnesota, New York, and a lot of these other blue sanctuary states that are just willfully harboring illegal aliens. No good. No good. It's got to stop. Because here's what happens when you willfully harbor illegal aliens. It's a problem. It is a major problem. Okay? It's a disturbing story out of, New York City. A person who I never would have thought would do something like this because they check off all the boxes. This person is trans. This person's illegal. In a liberal city, this stuff doesn't happen, folks. Doesn't happen. Transgender, I hate having to read this type of headline, but unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with. Transgender illegal immigrant charged with raping a 14-year-old in New York City. Nicole, it goes by, Suarez, 30 years old, allegedly stalked a 14-year-old boy and followed him into a bathroom. Oh. No, there's no way. Trans people would never do something like that in a bathroom, never. And the illegals would never. Obviously, Nicole Suarez is just looking for a better life, right? That's why the border needs to be thrown open. That's why we have to give all of our resources to these people, because it's our job to give them a better life, because the Statue of Liberty says so. I didn't know the Statue of Liberty, dictated U.S. policy, but apparently it does. And the Statue of Liberty says, give us your tired and your needy and your huddled masses. Well, there's no more room for the tired and needy and huddled masses. We have tired and needy and huddled masses of our own here to take care of, like our veterans. Not people like Nicole Suarez. A trans-identified male who is an illegal immigrant has been charged with raping a 14-year-old boy in a New York City bathroom, according to a report from the New York Post. The incident occurred earlier this week, according to officials who spoke to the outlet, where Nicole Suarez allegedly stalked a 14-year-old boy, followed him into a bathroom in Thomas Jefferson Park in East Harlem on Tuesday, where the incident occurred. Why? Not rape is not okay. Doesn't matter who does it and how old the victim is, but how depraved does one have to be? Right? How depraved does one have to be to rape a 14-year-old? A child. Like, why would you want someone like that in our country? And the left will go, oh, we don't want that person in our country. Well, how are you going to go pick and choose when you won't even tell us who these people are and where they are? Well, they're not all like that, but enough of them are. Enough of them are. You know how many enough is? One. One's enough. One incident is enough. It's preventable. Completely and totally preventable if we just enforce our laws. Hey, are some going to slip through the cracks? Probably. Okay? Because there's nothing we're never going to reach perfection. All right? It's unfortunately, I'm not saying, well, it's something that we deal with, so we might as well not address it at all. It's like going out, you're going to get, look, you go to Florida, right? If you're in Florida, you're going to get bit by mosquitoes. It doesn't matter. You could bathe in bug spray. You're going to get bit by something, right? But just because you know that a couple of bugs are going to bite you, do you go out there and not put any type of repellent on at all? What's worse? All right. What's worse? 100 bites or like 5? I'd rather be dealing with 5 than 100. Okay. I'd rather do everything I can, everything in my power to make sure that I get bit by as few mosquitoes as possible. Okay. Can we apply the same logic to immigration? Please. Yes, illegals are going to get in. No, we're never going to be at zero perfection. It's impossible to be perfect. It is. We're never going to be at zero. Okay. But just because we're never going to be at zero, that doesn't mean we just take our hands off the whole thing. Well, what's the point? No, we want to prevent as many of these incidents as possible, period. This 14-year-old boy was raped by a transgender illegal alien. And it would not be unreasonable to say, well, because this country for the last 4 years has taken who gives a damn what happens on the border? Hey, let them in. They're just here for a better life. That you get bad people coming in with the masses of illegals. I would be the first. I'm the first person to tell you. I am the first person to tell you right now, okay, that I believe the majority of illegal aliens that cross the border, they're not rapists. They're not murderers. They're not burglars. They're not Tren de Aragua. The majority of them are not these people, okay? That doesn't mean I want them here. But the majority of those crossing the border aren't gang members or human traffickers or drug dealers. They're not. That doesn't mean that there's not a lot of those bad people that are coming across. Those bad guys see an opening. They're going to exploit the opening. I have made this argument and made this case a gazillion times. At the border is very similar to me, issue-wise and philosophically and conceptually, as the bathroom, which this one apparently now, basically crosses both realms here. If you make it easier for biological males to use the female restroom, and they've made it very easy. They say, well, all you got to do is identify as a female. Nobody can stop you because it's bigoted and not nice to stop the person. Okay, fine, whatever. But if you're making it easier for folks who identify as women, and maybe they're just identifying as women because that's the way they feel, whatever. You're sending the message that there are no safeguards in place for folks who are going to say they identify as women to go in there and do bad things to women in the restroom. And that's the point. If you're somebody who has chickens, right, hens, and there's a fox that's just kind of circling the hen house, and the fox comes up to you and says to you, well, I'm not a fox. I identify as a chicken. Put me in with the hens. Would you do it? If you did, you'd have a lot of dead hens. It's generally not what you want. You do not make it easier for predators to access their prey. That is not me saying that every transgender person is a predator. Okay? I don't believe that. What I'm saying is, when you remove the safeguards to be nice to 90% of people who probably aren't going to be a problem, the 10% of people that are going to be a problem are the first people to cause the problem. They're getting in while the getting's good. And that's the issue. So when the border was left wide open, you had a lot of people who go, hey, the border's wide open. We can now enter the United States at will and pursue better opportunities. Okay, it's illegal. You shouldn't be doing that. Okay, you're here. And then you had the gangs, the drug lords, the human traffickers, the terrorists, folks from China, all over the world coming in here who did not come in here in search of a quote-unquote better life to restart things with their families. They came here to cause trouble, and they're causing a lot of trouble, and we're talking about some trouble that this illegal alien bad hombre animal in New York City allegedly caused, raping a 14-year-old boy in the bathroom. Okay. When does it stop? According to this article, witnesses were flagged down by the boy after the attack and then alerted police to the situation. Suarez was arrested on Wednesday and charged with first-degree rape. Again, the boy was 14 years old. The illegal alien is originally from Colombia and was wanted in New Jersey as well as Massachusetts at the time of the attack. Additionally, an immigration detainer had been placed on Suarez, according to law enforcement who spoke to the Post. And why wasn't this guy in custody? Well, interesting. New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York. What do they have in common? They are sympathetic to these people. Again and again and again, these bad people continue to benefit from this bass-ackwards system that you're dealing with in these blue states. And we've been saying it for a while. The more you open it up to anybody to do whatever the hell they want, eventually you're going to get attacks like this. And we have seen it over the last 4 years, and it is continuing now. Quote, it just goes to show Donald Trump and Tom Homan are correct that you need to get the violent people out of New York City, and Eric Adams, Letitia James, and Kathy Hochul should all cooperate because this person has an ICE detainer, a source told the outlet. ICE could just pick this person up and deport them back, the source added, But due to our sanctuary laws, we can't do anything. Can't do anything. So you're giving this animal sanctuary. Well, that's not why the laws are in place. And this only makes up a fraction. I don't really care, Margaret, if it makes up a fraction of those who are in this country. Your laws, your sanctuary city laws, directly led to this attack. This guy was wanted in New Jersey and Massachusetts. He had a detainer on him. ICE wasn't allowed to get him because New York City wanted to give him sanctuary. New York City wanted to give him a safe place. And now you have a 14-year-old boy because of your stupid policies. These are stupid policies. These are reckless policies. These are policies that are ruining and impacting people's lives for the worse forever. This 14-year-old boy's life is never going to be the same. Everyone's worried, right, about, well, what if we look like a racist for deporting these people? Nobody's worried about who these people are negatively impacting. Nobody's worried about the 14-year-old. Nobody's worried about the 14-year-old. It's a kid whose life is changed forever. Thanks to liberals and your sanctuary city garbage. And unfortunately, because it's so prevalent in our country like a cancer, this is probably going to happen again and again and again until Tom Homan and ICE are allowed to do their jobs completely and without resistance to clean this crap up. It is people, unfortunately, because the border was left wide open, yes, you're going to get people who just want to restart with their families here who are going to get scooped up and sent out. You know why? Because at this point, we need a complete reset. You want to come here for a better life? We have laws. Follow them. That's how you do it. Yes, a bunch of bad apples spoiled the whole bunch. Absolutely. But even if there weren't bad apples, you can't break our laws and live off of our system. You just can't do that. Tren de Aragua, Tren de Adios. MS-13, goodbye. Drug lords, goodbye. Human traffickers, goodbye. Rapists like this, goodbye. And everybody else who entered this country illegally, once those people have been handled, goodbye to you too. You want to come here, you want to live here, do it the right way, follow our laws. We're going to be right back after that. We're going to talk, after this break, we're going to talk a little bit about Tennessee. An interesting school choice bill just passed with a very interesting provision. We're going to talk about that, how that relates to what we'll get to in a story out of New Jersey. Crazy story out of New Jersey. We are done with hour 2. We'll be back to kick off hour 3. Kayal and Company right here, 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in until 10 o'clock Eastern time. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call
WPHT, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
We're off to dynamic Germany, fairy tale castles, Bavarian picturesque villages like Rothenburg, Germany's most beautiful city, Munich, the world-famous Hofbräu, fine dining, luxury hotels, Mozart Salzburg in Austria, and majestic Zugspitze, $55.69. And that includes your airfare. Here's the number, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. From this region of high culture, art, industrial genius also sprang one of history's darkest chapters, the rise of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. We'll retrace the rise of the Nazi Party, from the beer hall to the pageantry at Nuremberg, chilling visit to Dachau concentration camp, and the rally grounds in historic Nuremberg. We'll even visit Hitler's mountain retreat, the Eagle's Nest. I'll see you by the Glockenspiel. Here's the number. Walter Sterling, 888-733-9494. 888-733-9494.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back. Hour 3 now underway. Kayal and Company. Sean Farish here filling in on 1210 WPHT, filling in for you until 10 o'clock Eastern Time. It is 8:03 in the Eastern Time Zone, 7:03 here in the greatest time zone. You know, we have the greatest. It's called the Central Time Zone because I'm here, right? In the greatest time zone, center of the world, they call it. The greatest time zone. The tremendous time zone, by the way. The great state of Tennessee, we love it. Your favorite President's Day. Happy your favorite President's Day. To everybody listening, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, you're watching the live stream on YouTube. YouTube.com/ I believe it was YouTube.com/ 1210 WPHT. There it is. We're having a good time. It is hour 3 now. We were talking about this brutal case in New York, and it was an absolutely brutal case in New York. A 14-year-old boy was raped by a transgender illegal alien in a New York City bathroom, allegedly, of course, just, innocent until proven guilty. But it seems like a pretty cut and dry case. This illegal was wanted in Massachusetts and wanted in New Jersey, had a detainer on him, the whole nine. And was not allowed. ICE was not allowed to pick him up, and then committed this heinous crime. It's terrible. It's just terrible to keep hearing these stories. And I don't want to be right about these things. These are the types of things where you see a 14-year-old is raped, and you go, "Dang, not something you want to be right about." Right? Not something you want to be right about. Now, here's a cool thing. Tennessee is a great state. I live there. My wife and I live here. We're homeowners here now. It's nice. Right in good old Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Here in Tennessee, our state legislature has really been going for it. And they've been going for it, a little before since we moved here. But really, once we moved here in 2023, the legislature, they put that gender-affirming care ban for minors. Passed that bill. That's been challenged. It's up in front of the Supreme Court. And according to a conversation I had here with Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, who introduced that bill, we can expect the Supreme Court to get back with a decision around June, maybe before then, but by the end of the session. But the legislature here has been really going for it now. A new massive school choice bill has been passed here in the great state of Tennessee. And school choice has been very important. It's been very tough to get these laws passed here in Tennessee recently. A lot of resistance. People hear school choice and they start scaring people. Oh, you homeschool your kid. Your kid's not going to be, social, and it's, it's going to hurt their social skills and blah, 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 blah. You know what'll really hurt their social skills? If they're brainwashed to believe garbage, right? That a lot of public schools take part in. Well, Tennessee just approved a school voucher program, but excludes children of illegal aliens. That is going to probably be challenged. And then the constitutionality of birthright and all that stuff is probably going to wind up in the mix there as well. But Tennessee's Governor Bill Lee signed a law expanding the K-12 school vouchers for parents accepting illegal immigrants who will not be eligible for the program. The $447 million program, and this is coming from an article on Breitbart by Warner Todd Houston. The $447 million program is being termed as universal for parents in the state. However, Republican legislators made sure one sector will not be able to take advantage of the program, according to AP, and that was the state law ordering the State Department of Education to deny any applications where a family cannot establish the eligible student's lawful presence in the United States. Now, the bill seems to lack any process for the Department of Education or schools to determine a family's immigration status, so it is not exactly clear how the status would be checked, but the provision is there. When he signed the bill, Tennessee's Republican Governor Bill Lee noted that the new law would not change anything about the state's obligations as it currently stands to educate children, but he also insisted that, quote, for this scholarship, it is only available to Tennessee citizens. The bill provides for around 20,000 vouchers worth around $7,000 each and sets $10,000 aside for lower income and disabled students, while the other half is open to any citizen. The vouchers will be available for the coming school year. Okay, school choice. What does this mean? A lot of people believe that the money that you pay in your property taxes that go to fund your public schools, if you don't want your child to go to those public schools, you should get that money back. And you should be able to put it towards sending your child to a school of your choice. The biggest problem with these public schools now, it's something that I've been talking about since 2021, New York State did the following. And if you think New York State is alone with this, then you must have access to drugs that Hunter Biden would be jealous of. Okay, we'll put it that way. April 12th, 2021, I am reading from a New York State Education Department document from the Chancellor of the Board of Regents, which is like the state's education department there. The state's Board of Ed, essentially. The New York State Board of Regents framework this is from April of 2021. The New York State Board of Regents framework on diversity, equity, and inclusion in New York schools. Whoa, not those words. Wait a second. DEI's been around since April of 2021. I just started hearing about it during the 2024 campaign. No, it has been going on since longer than April of 2021, by the way, and it went by a different name for quite some time. Does anybody remember the name that people used to call diversity, equity, and inclusion? Anybody remember? It's just a college level course. We'll watch the YouTube chat, see if anybody remembers what we used to call diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does anybody remember the name that it used to go by? Well, for those of you who don't remember the name that it used to go by, that would be critical race theory. And DEI was introduced, diversity, equity, and inclusion was introduced to kind of rebrand what was becoming a toxic name, critical race theory. According to this document from April of 2021, which I have read more than anybody on school boards in New York State, and we blasted a lot of school boards and actually flipped a lot of school boards. The New York State Constitution authorizes the Board of Regents to oversee the general supervision of all educational activities within the state. The regents exercise their authority in various ways, including by promulgating rules and regulations, adopting student learning standards, establishing academic and graduation requirements, and providing guidance and best practices to the field. The board may also exercise its authority by adopting policy positions on issues of significant educational and societal importance. In other words, if they find some sort of cause that they want to get behind, they can lump that right in to your curriculum. It continues. It is important for the Board of Regents to establish and communicate to all New Yorkers its belief and expectations for all students, especially at pivotal moments in history. The nation is at such a moment now to Trump. Finally, we appear ready to address our long history of racism and bigotry. Oh! No way! And the corrosive impact they have had on every facet of American life. A confluence of events has brought us to this point of reckoning. This is again from New York State's Board of Regents, their DEI de facto mandate. Added into New York State curriculum. You ready for this? A confluence of events has brought us to this point of reckoning, including the senseless, brutal killing of Black and brown men and women at the hands of law enforcement and the ensuing demands for real and enduring racial justice in the face of this inhumanity. A dangerous spike in violence aimed at Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, fueled in part by lies that attempt to link the Asian community with the creation and spread of the coronavirus. Do you want to know who is guilty of blaming coronavirus on the quote-unquote Asian community? Everybody who blamed it on bat soup is guilty of blaming it on the Asian community. Because why did people blame it on bat soup? That, well, you know, these people in China, they eat bats. Oh, so you're stereotyping in order to blame a group of people for the creation of a virus, but it's wrong to say that it came from China. It's right to say that it came from something Chinese people do in China, but it's wrong to say that it came from China. Got it. A renewed wave of discrimination and hateful rhetoric directed at those thought to be different or somehow not quite American, including but not limited to Jewish Americans. Oh, that went out the window, right? From the river to the sea. Muslim Americans, LGBTQ individuals, individuals with disabilities, immigrants and refugees, and immigrants and refugees, you know what I'm saying? And especially those arriving at the southern border. This is in New York State's Board of Regents announcement of the adoption of DEI policies in education. Are you shocked that school choice is an issue? The terrible toll that COVID-19 has had on all of our lives, communities, and school systems. The disproportionate impact of this pandemic has surfaced. Oh, good, the virus was racist. And further exacerbated long-standing educational inequities, predominantly impacting Black, Latinx, it says that on here, Asian, Indigenous, and poor student populations and students with disabilities. Additionally, school closures and the resulting learning loss. Whose idea was that? Oh, right, the teachers union that runs New York's education system. For our most marginalized students, compound existing learning disparities, leading to the potential for poor life outcomes and lingering long-term effects. These national tragedies have combined us to create a perfect storm, a storm that is powerful enough to propel us beyond the systemic racism. This is critical race theory, folks, in New York State's education that has come to define America's institutions. Our institutions that Democrats are in love with. Think about it now, where their positions are. They love our institutions, but they're systemically racist. So do the Democrats love systemic racism? The answer is yes. This systemic racism pervades all aspects of our lives, including policing, education, healthcare, employment, housing, access to capital, and in almost every other conceivable realm. It limits our potential as individuals, as communities, and as a nation. There is no single isolated answer that will solve these pervasive problems. Rather, the approach must be holistic, that's a Kamala word, and inclusive. And the state education department and New York schools will be an integral part of the solution. The way, listen, this is the scariest sentence. The way we educate new generations of students will shape our nation's course of years to come. Yeah, we know. And that's why school choice is an issue, because stuff like that is in blue states around the country. I didn't make that up. That wasn't my monologue. I read their announcement from April of 2021. That's New York State. And if you think they're alone and that diversity, equity, and inclusion just results in bad hires for jobs, no. DEI is critical race theory. I just read to you their own words. That is what is being taught to every child in public school in the state of New York. And it has been since April of 2021. Some districts have curbed it. Most have not. That's why school choice is important. You want your kid learning that crap? No. And then you had Merrick Garland and his son-in-law, who ran Panorama Education, which worked with the Department of Education, the National Department of Education, and sent materials to districts all around the country. In DEI, in SEL, social, emotional learning, whatever you want to call it, all of it is feathers that come from the same bird of critical race theory. School choice is very important. The federal government has no right to take a one-size-fits-all approach to every state's education system. The federal Department of Education needs to go. And in these states that implement school choice, you are going to see a transformation, the likes of which I can't even begin to describe. When parents decide, no, the public schools are not acceptable, I want to send them here, they get their money back from sending their kids from that public school. They get their money, they send them to a private school or another school. Their child gets a better outcome. Their child gets a better education. Their child gets prepared for life better than learning that crap that I just read to you from the state of New York. Good on Tennessee for passing that. Again, another bill that is probably going to be used by states around the country. All right, when we come back, we got to talk about New Jersey's education system. There's been a teacher that's been investigated in New Jersey for some disturbing things. Don't go anywhere. It is your favorite President's Day right here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company, Sean Farish, filling in for you until 10 a.m. Eastern Time on 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back after this.
Kayal and Company this morning brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short of spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back, 8:24 on a Monday. It is your favorite President's Day. We love it. It's 8:24 in the Eastern time zone, but it's 7:24 where I'm at, okay? Your favorite president is in Tennessee today. 7:24 in the Central time zone. I just got a haircut, if you're watching me on YouTube, and it's not sitting under my hat properly. That is why we're doing that, sorry. Sean Farish filling in here at 1210 WPHT for Nick, Dawn, and Greg until 10 o'clock Eastern time. I'll be jumping over onto my show on Rumble at that time. Rumble.com/LFA-TV for our show Ungoverned with the Ungovernables, the LFA family. Of course, our buddies with McGroin Nation. We'll be there on Rumble. If you want to join, that would be great. If not, you listen to it or watch it later in the day. We're talking about education before, and it's a topic that means a lot to me because, of course, I was called a terrorist over being involved with school board races on Long Island, centering around DEI. We were talking about DEI since April of 2021 over there when we were involved in those different places, way out ahead of that. Way out ahead of that. And in the state I live in now, in Tennessee, they just passed a massive school choice bill, and going to make vouchers available to, I think it was 20,000 students now in the state. And school choice is being prioritized here in Tennessee, which is great. It really is. It's amazing to see that taking place. In a state like this, you're going to see it. State like this, states like Tennessee, Florida, Texas, these red states, you're going to see states like this start to adopt these policies, and you'll see the transformation. Some folks want to send their child to public school, and that's okay. I went to public school. It wasn't perfect. Certainly wasn't what it's become now. And it's all right, but I do believe if a parent doesn't want to send their child to public school, if they're what I just read for you last segment, you can rewind it on YouTube. You can go back on the Odyssey app. After what I just read to you in New York, do you want your kid learning that stuff? Right? The senseless and brutal killing of black and brown women, men and women at the hands of law enforcement. COVID is racist. LGBT community is under attack. Systemic racism has invaded the United States institutions. I mean, these are the things that they're teaching kids in New York State. Listen, this is part of that document as well. And then we'll go to the story of New Jersey. The Board of Regents in New York State Education Department have come to understand the results we seek for all of our children can never be fully achieved unless we refocus every facet of our work through an equity and inclusion lens. This understanding has created an urgency around promoting equitable opportunities that help all children thrive. New York State understands that the responsibility of education is not only to prevent the exclusion of historically silenced, erased, and disenfranchised groups, but also to assist in the promotion and perpetuation of cultures, languages, and ways of knowing that have been devalued, suppressed, and imperiled by years of educational, social, political, economic neglect, and other forms of oppression. So the way you're going to cure oppression is to tell black people that they're oppressed, that the system is working against them. How does that at all empower any of these folks? That's a good question, right? No, I actually made this argument to a Black Lives Matter activist who came to a school board meeting because he knew I was going to be there with our group. And I said, listen, I'll have a conversation with you. This is not going to turn into an incident, but I'll have a conversation with you. And I asked him, and I said to him, look, if I took the shape that you commonly know and I commonly know, we could agree on is a circle, right? This round shape that I'm showing you is a circle, right? He says, yeah. I said, okay. Well, if you told a 5-year-old from kindergarten until he was 18 that the shape that we commonly know and identify as a circle is called a square. If you told that child that and you made him answer questions on a test, is this round shape a circle or a square? The answer was square. And you taught over and over and over again and told over and over and over again that the shape that we know is a circle is actually a square. When that child graduates high school after 13 straight years of that message and being tested on that message and being tested on how to answer that question, when you show that now graduate a circle and ask, what shape is this? What are they going to say? He would say that it's a square. We'll say, okay, is that correct? No, it's not a square. It's a circle. I said, okay, now let's take shapes out of the equation and tell that 5-year-old student that because he's black for 13 years in a row, that because he's black, he is oppressed. What is that student going to believe about himself or herself after 13 years of hearing that message over and over and over again? That child is going to believe that they are oppressed. That child is going to believe that the system has been weaponized against him or her. That child is going to believe that they are behind the eight ball, that the odds are not in his or her favor. That child is also going to believe that they cannot influence those odds. There are kids that are absolutely born into really crappy situations, okay? I get it. But isn't it more empowering to say, hey, even if you were born in a crappy situation, you can work hard, you can make decisions along the way that can help and improve your situation, rather than say, if you're born in a crappy situation, you're going to stay there because of the color of your skin? Isn't it more empowering to put those students in the driver's seat and say, if you'd like to improve your situation, here's your opportunity. Study this material, go to this extracurricular club, join this sports team, learn a trade, find an interest, find a hobby, do what you've got to do. Social media could be bad, but it could also be great for these kids. Kidding me? These theater kids, some of these kids who are athletes, you take one video of a dude, going through his basketball routine, it could go viral on TikTok and he could become a quote unquote, influencer. I don't like the term, but you could run a business that way, a small business making content. There's so much opportunity, for everybody, by the way. I follow this guy on X, Alex Finn. Great follow at Alex Finn X. He just built an app. I'm probably going to subscribe to it because it seems cool. It's called Creator Buddy. He built it in 6 months. And within a day, accumulated $270,000 in annual recurring revenue. In a day. Because he decided to sit down and learn how to code. That's his thing. Not everybody's into it. I'm not into coding. The point is, if you want to improve your situation, you hit the lottery. You're in America. We're not teaching kids that they're oppressed because they're black. What is that? You're teaching them to live perpetually as a victim. You're teaching them to believe it's impossible to improve their situation unless the government helps. Terrible. Well, anyway, and I got a little distracted because that's, it's true. I feel bad for a lot of these children who are getting put through this system. Well, in New Jersey, let's take an interest. Let's take a look at New Jersey here now. Okay. A teacher is being investigated for social media posts, teacher in New Jersey, advocating for Trump to be assassinated. That's good. That's nice. Trump to be, it's not like he's been shot once and almost shot again. And Iran's got a threat against him. The United States Secret Service is investigating social media posts made by a high school teacher in New Jersey that allegedly threatened President Donald Trump. Fred Wilson, a special education and social studies teacher at Egg Harbor Township High School, wrote in an alleged post, quote, "I think we are at the moment where assassination is at least a talking point." Wilson's post gained widespread attention after it was shared by Libs of TikTok on X. Libs of TikTok, very powerful account over on X. According to a report made by the New York Post, Secret Service confirmed it is aware of the incident involving comments made online by a teacher in the Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, and takes all threats related to our protectees seriously. Wilson had also posted F Trump and F you for voting for him before deleting his Facebook account after the posts were exposed. And this goes back to what I was saying, the things I was saying back in, 2017 when Madonna was like, I'm going to blow up the White House. And I was like, you can't say that. That's not a good thing to say it. Oh, just relax. No one's listening to her. She doesn't know. It's not going to lead to anything. Well, by desensitizing everybody to that type of rhetoric, we now wind up where teachers are posting on social media that assassinating the president of the United States is now a talking point. No, it's not a talking point. And you know what? When the shoe was on the other foot and inflammatory things were being said about Joe Biden, not the FJB, let's go Brandon, who cares about that? But there were people, who were kind of get close to saying that. And I was like, no, we don't want that. No, I don't care who the president is. Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Barack Obama, J.D. Vance. I don't care who it is. I could love the guy or I could hate the guy or gal. I don't want the president of the United States assassinated ever. The answer is it is never a talking point. And by the way, Donald Trump has already survived 2 assassination attempts. And there's a looming threat now coming from Iran over Soleimani years ago. And the border was left wide open. And there's rumors that there are surface-to-air missile systems around the United States that are getting, there are pretty serious, credible rumors against Donald Trump. We don't need it coming from a public school, high school teacher. That's happening in New Jersey. And that's why I come back to Tennessee, school choice. And these leftists, they can't help themselves. I mentioned with Jared, I keep saying Jared Jeffries. I don't know why I keep thinking of him, the Knicks player. Hakeem Jeffries, because they're both stupid people. Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats now defending indefensible positions. They can't help themselves. They're now defending assassinating the president of the United States, saying it's now a talking point. I'm not saying that came from the DNC, but if you think that teacher is the only one who thinks that way among anti-Trump voters, then again, you're doing a copious amount of drugs. It's impairing your judgment. The left can't help themselves. As I said, if Donald Trump decided that he was going to endorse oxygen, they would all hold their breath. Maybe he should do it. See what happens. But this is where we're at. They're also dying on defending waste, government waste, fraud, abuse, your money being taken from you and given to other countries for who knows what. Who knows what? Absolutely wild stuff. We're going to get to that on the other side of the break. You're listening to Kayal and Company, Sean Farish filling in. Hey, give me a follow on X if you want. We have a lot of fun on that platform at SHAWN_FARASH. You could jump into in this conversation, number to call, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. We spoke to Ed from Delran this morning. Nice to hear from him. Will be good to hear from some of you as well. If you feel like giving us a call, you could do so at 855-839-1210. We'll be back talking about Democrats defending waste, fraud, and abuse. Some big layoffs coming in at the IRS and more as we continue this morning on 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, Sean Farish filling in until 10 o'clock. We'll be right back after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I am a die-hard Eagles fan. I'm so glad to be here.
Hey, introduce your friends real quick, too.
Before you have a heart attack, introduce your family. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Wow. We've been here since 1 p.m.
1 p.m.?
Yesterday.
So what made you come down here at 1 p.m. yesterday?
Because we bleed green.
How about that? 1 p.m. yesterday.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I could buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back. Wrapping up hour 3. It is 8:43 on the East Coast, in the Eastern time zone. 7:43 here in the Central time zone, the greatest, by the way, time zone. It's not your favorite president. No. It is your favorite President's Day. It is your favorite President's Day. It's not your President's Day if you're a radical left-wing Marxist and communist, even though I'm still your president. I'm still your president. Happy your favorite President's Day. Sean Farish filling in on Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. 1210 WPHT up until 10 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time zone, of course. I'll be jumping on Rumble after that for my daily show, Ungoverned, on LFA TV. The Democrats, we talked about it, briefly touched on some education issues. The Democrats are choosing to defend a hill that I don't know any Americans that are going to join them on. I just don't know any Americans that are going to join them on this hill. The hill is this waste that is being exposed. And it's not just like, oh, the government paid too much to have that bridge built in the United States. Okay. That's the type of stuff that I would want to get under control too. Don't get me wrong. But at least we're getting something that Americans could use out of the deal, right? The United States of America receives nothing, zero, nothing for promoting DEI in the workforce in Serbia. Nothing. If anybody knows what the United States gets out of DEI in Serbia, please call 855-839-1210 and tell me how the United States benefits from promoting DEI in the Serbian workforce. Please tell me. Please tell me. What does the United States get out of taxpayers subsidizing transgender comics in Peru? What does the United States get out of funding the production of Sesame Street for children in Iraq? Well, yeah, what could Osama bin Elmo do more than what we've already done for them? Come on. The answer is nothing. The answer is it doesn't help the United States at all in a meaningful way. Again, if you spend $1 billion to build a bridge and it only should have cost $500 million, yeah, there's waste. There's probably some fraud. There's probably abuse and some shadiness that's going on there. 100%. And we want to get on top of that and get that under control as well. But at least we get a bridge. DEI in Serbia, border security in Paraguay, the transgender mice in Guatemala, trans operas in Colombia, trans comics in Peru, DEI in Serbia, gas stations in Afghanistan, gender studies in Pakistan. I mean, what do we get from that? Nothing. At least when we waste money on bridges, we get bridges in this country. But it highlights a bigger issue here with the Democrat Party. And again, I'm not here to give them advice, and they're probably not going to take advice from me, and that's totally fine, because taking advice from me usually puts you in a better position to win. And I don't want them to be in a good position to win. I want them to be in a good position to lose, which is exactly where they are. The Democrats are choosing to defend government waste. Now, they're not out there saying, we want our government to waste money, but they might as well be. Because what Doge is uncovering right now with these millions and billions overseas funding stuff that just doesn't matter. What Doge is uncovering now with these instances of waste and fraud and abuse are things that a random, normal, everyday American will hear and say, yeah, I don't think we need to be spending money on that. And as far as developing the underdeveloped world, there's enough underdeveloped people in our own country, folks who are needy, who should be getting the money first, like veterans. We don't need to send it out to Paraguay or Uganda or Serbia or Peru, et cetera, et cetera. You get the point. Or Ukraine. We don't need to send it out of our country when there's better uses for it in our country. But again, this goes back to the idea that we talked about with Hakeem Jeffries, that the Democrats have taken this stance that they are the party of anti-Trump, and they've been that party since 2016, right? And it worked for them in 2020, and it worked for them really throughout Trump's first term because they had control over the mainstream media, and the mainstream media at that point still held a ton of influence. But it's not working anymore. People have abandoned the mainstream media. X is a big reason for that. 1210 WPHT and the amount of truth that is put forth and broadcasted on this station is a reason for that. Rumble is a reason for that. And you are a reason for that. Those of you who are listening, who agree with a lot of what I'm talking about. You're a reason for that because you took the information that was put out there by not a lot of voices and you amplified. You know, it's how Project Veritas exploded onto the scene. They called it distribution by proxy. Even if you ban the main voice, there are now hundreds of thousands of other voices who are repeating the same message. They're not standing for anything popular because they've become the party of anti-Trump, and that is their only policy. Even RFK Jr. during the campaign said, who needs a policy when you have Donald Trump to hate? That's all they are running on. Their platform is Orange Man bad, and that's where it stops. They're not pro anything. They're anti-Trump. They are pro TDS. They are pro anti-Trump is what they are. That's it. Anything Donald Trump stands for, down to saving money, they are now against. No, let's waste more money. Why? Because Trump wants to save money and he's bad. But saving money isn't bad. Right? What are we doing? It's like if you went to I don't know, Walmart. And you were, let's think about something you want. Say you want to buy a new TV. Okay? It's like a $500 TV. Nice. 60-inch, Samsung, whatever it is, $500. And you find out next week it's going to be $350. Are you just going to throw the money away? Or are you going to say, well, I'd rather save the $150 and I'll wait till next week and I'll buy the TV then. Yeah, that's the logical thing. I don't think anybody necessarily needs a TV to live. It's not a necessity. It's not like food. You can't eat it. It's convenient, but we have our phones. We have other things we can get. We could use our phones and tablets and computers as de facto TV. Saved $150. Some Democrats would see if Donald Trump suggested that they wait for a better deal, they'd say, no, I want the worst deal because I'm not doing what Trump wants. That's how bad it's getting. And that's where we're at now with USAID and this government waste and all of this. That's where they're at. They're not even trying to assume like some sort of middle position where they say, all right, Donald Trump wants to completely end USAID. We don't want to completely end it, but we want to rein it in. They're not even doing that. They're just saying, no, it all has to stay in place. And Doge is evil. And Elon Musk is a billionaire with access to our information. And what if he's got your social security? Well, so Elon's got your social security number, which by the way, he doesn't. But if he did, what am I afraid of? That Elon Musk, a guy is worth more money than I'm ever going to even dream of seeing in my life? Probably. A guy like Elon Musk, was he going to open a line of credit in my name? Good luck. Come on. Unelected billionaires. Nobody voted for Elon Musk. Nobody voted for Uncle George either, George Soros, but he seems to keep funding and buying offices around the country. Right? I don't ever remember electing him. Democrats have no problem taking money from that unelected billionaire, right? Did anybody vote for Bill Gates? Where does all his money go? How about Zuckerberg in 2020? Anybody vote for him? At least in the 2024 campaign, Donald Trump was with Elon Musk on the campaign trail. Said, well, we're going to do this Department of Government Efficiency. We're calling it Doge. It's going to be great. Nobody ever does a better job. Nobody could do a better job. And Elon's going to run it. He promised before you voted for him that Elon Musk was going to be a part of the administration in this exact role. So while Elon didn't show up on your ballot, people did vote knowing that Elon would be playing the exact role that he's playing in this administration. The Democrats continue to defend bad positions because Donald Trump and MAGA, through common sense, has occupied all of the good positions, and they cannot concede that Donald Trump is right about anything. If Donald Trump came out and said the water is the wettest thing the world has ever seen, they would say it's dry water is dry. How dare you? So that's racist to say that water is wet. That's where we're at, folks. We love breathing. It's tremendous. It's the greatest thing you could do. If you breathe, you'll be so happy. I encourage everybody to breathe big, beautiful, clean oxygen. It's the greatest thing. We love oxygen. I've known oxygen very well. They call it O2, right? They call it O2. It's a tremendous thing. And we love O2. And we encourage you to breathe all of that air. It's great. You should do it regularly. You should breathe regularly. You'll have Rachel Mancow and Joy Behar leading a protest against breathing in a split second. And they'd be like, well, Hitler breathed air. And Donald Trump breathes air. And that means that if you breathe air, you're a Nazi because Trump and Hitler do it and they're Nazis. Oh, everybody hold your breath. That's where we are. You don't think so? No, that's where we are. Because they're literally defending wasting money in Serbia, wasting money in other countries on things that will not at all return the investment that America is investing in some of these places. Not at all. How does border security in Paraguay help the United States? How does DEI in Serbia help the United States? How does transgender operas or transgender comic books in Colombia and Peru, respectively, advance the interests of the United States and return that investment with interest to the United States? The answer is it doesn't. It doesn't. How does helping the developing world, when you have veterans who are living without meals, without homes, how does that help the United States? It doesn't. And the Democrats are like, no, we need to defend that. You know why? Because it is the source of a lot of the money that sits in their political bank account right now. That's why. Because, you cut off that funding and all of a sudden the donors don't have the money to donate anymore. Isn't it interesting how that's seeming to be the case here? Waste, fraud, abuse. Americans are seeing these instances of waste, fraud, and abuse and going, that isn't okay. And then seeing one of the two major parties in this country go, no, it is okay. And if you don't like it, you're a racist and a Nazi. And Americans are like, what? How? I just don't want millions of my taxpayer dollars to go to Serbia to promote DEI. We're earning DEI here. Why are we promoting it over there? It's very common sense thought process. People are going, I don't understand why the Democrats are defending it. But they've taken an indefensible position. And they're doubling and tripling and quadruple down because they cannot allow Donald Trump to be right about anything because they're the party of anti-Trump. The minute they admit that Donald Trump was right about one thing, their entire facade starts to fall apart. Oh, so he's not really Hitler then, is he? We'll keep going with this theme, Dems defending bad positions, as we kick off hour 4. We're already through 3 hours. We'll get to Margaret Brennan. She took an insane position yesterday. Or over the weekend. It's bad. Don't go anywhere. We'll kick off hour 4 when we come back on the other side of this break. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean Farish filling in for Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on 1210 WPHT for just one more hour. We've made it through 3. We're 75% of the way there, folks. Your torture ends in 60 minutes. We'll be right back after this.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida GO-GIDA today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GIDA or visit them at GoGIDA.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1010. 800-885-1010. Again, that's 800-885-1010.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back. Hour 4 on 1210 WPHT. It is Kayal and Company. Sans Kayal, sans the company, the normal company, with your boy, with your favorite president, right? Happy your favorite President's Day from your favorite president to you. It is your favorite President's Day. We've renamed it to Your Favorite President's Day for at least the next 4 years because I am your favorite president and we're having a tremendous time. 9:02, fourth and final hour here on 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Having a good time. Sean Farish filling in for the next 60 minutes or so. Then jumping on Rumble for Ungoverned. We'll have a good time there as well. Rumble.com/LFATV. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. 5 straight hours today, this morning. It's always fun when we do these marathons. I love marathon. Marathon days are my favorite until around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm like, oh my gosh, but it's okay. It's worth it. And it's so much fun. This is so much fun. We always have a great time. Hey, we got a couple callers who are sitting down on the line now. So before we get back to Democrats defending bad positions, I want to get to some of these callers. Joe in South Philadelphia. What's up, Joe in South Philly?
How you doing, buddy? How you been?
Yeah, you tell me. How's it going?
Good. Pretty good, man. I'll tell you something. You're something else, brother.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm always trying to have fun, trying to have a good time. Appreciate your support. What's up, bro?
I was talking to Jimmy, and I just wanted to ask you, when did you think this country went stupid? Because we're all stupid. So when did that happen?
It's been going on for a while, I think. And, you know, a lot of it started, I think it started with the idolization of a lot of celebrities. I'm a fan of movies. I love, you know, some of these guys, these actors. I think they're very talented at what they do.
Yeah, right, yeah.
A guy like, for instance, Tom Hanks, I think is a phenomenal actor. I think he's awful politically. He's probably not the best guy in terms of where, you know, his morals lie. I think he's a great actor. And I watch movies with Tom Hanks in them, not because of where Tom Hanks's political leanings are, but because he's a good actor. The movie,
of course, yeah.
Chelsea Sullenberger movie is good. Apollo 13 is good. Castaway is good. You know, and again, I watch sports because the folks that I'm watching are good at their sport. Okay, I don't care, you know, who Shohei Ohtani wants to vote for, who he prefers as president. very good at baseball, and I watch him play baseball. Yeah, so I think we started to really go down this road of stupidity when we started to idolize Hollywood, and start to look to them for all of this, moral advice, or use, celebrities as a moral compass, just because a lot of people knew who they were. Well, just because, people like you for acting doesn't mean you should be the president of the United States. So that's where I think it started. And then it just snowballed from there.
Yeah, it just went from there. Yeah. Well, a lot of times with the things happening now is that they're finding out where the money's going, and that's important.
That's it. Yep. And that's why the Democrats defending all of this waste and fraud and abuse. It's a position that is not defensible. It's not.
Exactly right. Yep. You're right, brother.
So, well, thank you, Joe. Thank you for the call. And thanks for being a part of the show this morning. Joe in South Philly. So, it's always nice to hear folks coming in. They enjoy it. I mean, I don't know why. I'm just kidding. You guys have good taste. The PHT family has very good taste. We love you guys. Our favorite president did win the Daytona 5. Chris Eppolito in the YouTube chat says, our favorite president won the Daytona 500. I've won that race a million times. We love it.
Mr.
All right,
President,
next.
did you get a chance to drive any of the cars in the Daytona 500? Were you behind the wheel of any of them?
We were not behind the wheel. We were sitting in the back of the Secret Service limousine, beautiful limo, and we gave a beautiful statement to the people.
They didn't let
it's
you
the
drive?
only time you'll ever see me. No, it's the only time you'll ever see me go round and around in circles, right? It's the only time you'll ever see me. If I drove, I would have got indicted for speeding. So
you would have won the race, though. If you were driving, you would have won the race, though, right, Miss?
Well, I taught Richard Petty everything he knows. I taught Jimmy Johnson everything he knows. So I would have won the race if I was driving. Yes, that's correct. We got another caller, Martin. Martin from Abingdon, Pennsylvania. What's up, Martin?
How are you doing today?
Oh, you tell me what's going on.
Hey, Joe. I do want to say that we conservatives, we are not exempt from bad decisions. Recently, we cut all AIDS medications to Africa. Now, I've worked raising money out in California with PEPFAR, actually the Elizabeth Glaser Pediatric AIDS Foundation, George Bush's war on AIDS, which stopped it in Africa and stopped it from coming over here. 2 weeks ago, we cut all aid. People could not get any medicine. They put an exemption on that aid, but they fired everybody. Everyone's fired, from the Elizabeth Glaser, from everywhere else. That aid is not getting there. There are 25 million people, over 2 million babies suffering from AIDS, soon to die. That is not a good optic. And if Donald Trump goes on the air, he's our conservative, he's on there, and says, well, I saved you this much money, but AIDS has exploded here, and we're losing 25 million people in Africa. Horrible optic. Now, Dawn Sensel said he's going to take care of it. It'll all be done. 2 weeks have gone by, and I'm telling you, I know some of these managing directors. They're gone. They're all gone, and there's nothing moving. Did you ever hear like Watergate brought down someone with a piece of paper and a few words? This is getting hoisted on our own petard. We have got to take care of situations like this because this is our war against AIDS. It's not just for Africa. It stops it coming here. In fact, it has worked brilliantly. So it's something I think you should look into. And hopefully,
well, and you raise a valid point. I mean, look, you raise a valid point. Number one, I think the best point that you made is that conservatives are not immune to bad decisions. Nobody is immune to bad decisions. Nobody's perfect. Yeah. And you know what? It's nice that, that you're open about criticizing a decision that you disagree with. I happen to believe that if the United States government was to take a stake in TikTok, that would be a bad thing. I've been very outspoken about, no, the government does not need to control 50% of a social media company. We know what happens when the government doesn't control social media. We don't need them in control of what everyone calls Chinese spyware. So now it's what, American spyware? No, thank you. Right. So I've been critical about things like that. Now, I was not aware of this situation with AIDS medication in Africa. And I'll agree with you that it is not a good optic. But what I will also say is is the United States the only entity in the world that can help here? I mean, if our money goes away, why does the whole operation fail? Is there not an entire global war on AIDS that I thought the whole world was doing this? So perhaps the answer isn't to take away all of the money, but it's to send a message that, hey, we can't be on the hook for all of this. Everybody else has to chip in as well. I agree. We should get that medicine out there. We should help curb the spread of it in Africa and keep it from impacting our people here in the country. But we can't be the only ones. And unfortunately, once we take on a task like that, we become the only ones, so that we essentially wind up in this position, right, where we can't remove the funding, because if we remove it, then we remove it all.
I agree with you, but here's the thing. It's probably already too late, but for those people, if I think a smarter move would have been to say, in the next year, we are going to switch the funding of this program to other countries. Cutting it off dry is just a death sentence. That's all. And 25 million people is a lot of people. Read the names. That's a lot of people. And to just, if we would have cut our military for 90 days because they're horrible bookkeeping, and say they're going to be cut and everybody gets fired, but we'll bring them back at some point. You see the wreckage. It doesn't come back. And
right.
I think the smarter move, I worry that Elon, this is one problem I do have with Elon, with everybody saying he's on spectrum. He doesn't understand empathy. I think he makes cuts according to numbers. And the numbers said, we're spending money over there, let's cut it. Let's just cut it. And we'll cut everything. We'll cut, everything we can cut. The problem is it comes back to bite you, where. And this is going to bite us optically, horrendously. I can't even imagine what that's going to look like. And secondarily, it's going to bite us when it comes back here. The money spent is going to be 10 times, 100 times, and the pain. And I think it was a dumb move. And I hope they.
Well, I mean, and hopefully it's not permanent in that case. Hopefully it's not permanent, and hopefully it's brought to his attention, and hopefully it doesn't get as bad as what you're forecasting. I can't say that I'm an expert on the subject, and I'm gonna say, no disrespect, I hope you're wrong on that, and I think you hope you're wrong too.
Me too.
That you don't want to see this pain. That's the main reason why you're highlighting it. But thank you for highlighting it, because yes, as we'd said, there are some programs that we spend money on around the world that, as I said, and as you brought up, could be, the case could be made that there's return on investment there. This may be one of them. But there's so many other cases of waste that, you cut it all off, and then you say, whoa, well, maybe we shouldn't have turned that one off. Let's turn that one back on. And perhaps that's what's going on here. Perhaps that's not. I hope those people are okay. And I hope the rest of the world steps up and helps too. It can't just be the United States. Thank you for the call, Martin. And thanks for bringing that to our attention. We appreciate it. Martin from Abingdon, Pennsylvania. Brings up a decent point. I'll tell you what. It's a decent point. It's not. I'm never going to be sold on all foreign aid. But I also want to say that it can't just fall on our shoulders. The rest of the world's got to help too. If let's say the whole thing, or the rest of the world doesn't want the United States meddling in the rest of the world's stuff, right? But when we have the biggest stake and the most skin in the game, could you blame the United States for meddling as much as we meddle? Maybe we have skin in the game where we shouldn't. Fine. But in a lot of cases, like what Martin from Abingdon just brought up, right? If it depends on our funding to stay afloat, then the rest of the world is doing those folks a disservice too. We need some fairness to take over. We need some reciprocity. And maybe we'll get it. Hopefully we'll get it. The Democrats, though, it says, Sandy says in the chat there, America is not the guilting target. Everyone must step up to the plate. Patty C asks, why is AIDS in Africa our responsibility? We have people with real needs here at home. And I think the previous caller, just to kind of play devil's advocate, just mentioned that it's, it's like it's almost the same type of argument. And I don't mean to say this to diminish it, but to compare it to say, well, would you rather fight the terrorists over there, fight it over here? It's like, would you rather stop the spread of AIDS in Africa or have to worry about it coming to the United States? There are also not, ways to not get AIDS, which is worth mentioning too. Many ways to not get AIDS. Many very easy ways to not get AIDS. That's not to say everyone who gets AIDS, deserves it. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there is a layer of personal responsibility that we have to, account for as well. Tracy Neiman says in the chat, if there's fraud, you have to shut it down. As Chris Eppolito highlights, AIDS is already here. And as Peter highlights, as many of us have highlighted, we should not be the only country funding it. That's the point. That's the point. And I think that's where a lot of people are right now. Am I sympathetic to what I just heard about what may take place in Africa over the aid that stopped for addressing the AIDS epidemic and the AIDS situation in Africa? Sure. I'm definitely, I don't want to see people sick. I don't want to see people die. However, if it's that big of a problem, the rest of the world's got to step up too. Can't just be us. And the other side of me says, well, it's not our country. Why are we making it our problem? The argument on the other side of that is, well, it will become our problem if we can't stop it over there. Where's the rest of the world? We're helping out the rest of the world and we're getting shafted for it everywhere we turn. So it's time for them to step up. It's time for them to step up. Democrats are defending indefensible positions. And that previous caller, by the way, I don't want to associate, didn't sound like a Democrat to me. It sounded like this was a topic that meant a lot to him. And I appreciate him bringing it to our attention. It's a fascinating discussion. It's a fascinating discussion. All right, I do want to get to Margaret Brennan when we get back. On the other side of the break, we got Margaret Brennan. We got Kamala Harris, words of wisdom. Lots of stuff coming up on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little bit of fun as we wrap up. Well, we're not wrapping it up, but as we move through hour number 4 here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company, Sean Farish at SHAWN_FARASH on the X platform. Sean Farish filling in until 10 o'clock Eastern time. Don't go anywhere. We're back with more Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT right after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back. Kayal and Company. Sean Ferris filling in here at 1210 WPHT. We are rocking and rolling here on the fourth and final hour. Fourth and final hour here on 1210 WPHT. We're kicking butts. We're taking names. And we're going to kick the butt right now with a couple Democrats. Before we do that, I think we have a caller that we can get to. That's going to be Joe in Bordentown, Pennsylvania. What's going on? Is it Joe? Joe in Bordentown, Pennsylvania?
No, Bordentown, New Jersey.
Bordentown, New Jersey. I was fed some incorrect information. What's up, Joe?
I wonder if it would be possible. It's my 80th birthday today, and I wonder if our greatest president could wish me a happy birthday.
Well, we could absolutely do that. I want to say to Joe in Bordentown, New Jersey, you're a tremendous guy. You do a fantastic job, and you're calling the greatest radio station in the history of the world. You know that. That's 1210 WPHT. You're doing a wonderful job, an absolutely wonderful job. So happy 80th birthday to you. You're a highly respected person, and for you, the best is yet to come. And I can't wait to do 81 next year. Let's see what happens.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Joe from Bordentown, New Jersey. Happy 80th birthday. Let's give him a happy 80th birthday in that YouTube chat, shall we?
Yeah, I gave you the wrong information there. I did
Yeah,
not
we
mean
got some fake news.
I did not mean to give you fake news, Mr. President, right now. This is JIM, not CNN, but JIM gave you some fake news.
We got fake news, but it's okay. We'll let it slide, okay? We're going to let it slide. We won't fire you yet, okay? We're not going to do that.
Good. Yeah.
All right. We're not going to fire you yet. I want to get to laughing at Margaret Brennan. You know, Margaret Brennan, she was the one who was broken by J.D. Vance not too long ago. He did the whole, I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want those people in my country. All right. I don't want my children to share a country with the illegal aliens, the folks. She says, well, not all of them are terrorists, or not all of them are radicalized, or not all of them this, not all of them that. And he said, it doesn't matter if they're radicalized or not. I don't want to even take that chance. So J.D. Vance broke Margaret Brennan a couple of weeks ago, and she has not recovered. Margaret Brennan has not recovered from being completely and totally broken by J.D. Vance. So now we have Margaret Brennan, as we continue talking about Democrats defending positions that are not defensible. Margaret Brennan coming up with some, I mean, this is just a bizarre, an absolutely bizarre take about what she believes is the cause of the Holocaust. I cannot believe somebody even uttered these words on, and again, it is the mainstream media. So, you know, it's like it's a pretty low standards here when you look at it. But Margaret Brennan taking a position that I don't think anybody could even possibly agree with. Let's roll this clip.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship
I have to disagree with
was
you.
specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history.
Free speech? What did I just hear? Margaret Brennan is saying that free speech was weaponized in Nazi Germany to conduct the Holocaust? So wait a second. So it was because people could express themselves without fear of retaliation from the government that millions of Jews were exterminated in Germany? Marco Rubio, you see, Marco Rubio has a lot more patience. I would have thrown something through the screen. This is why Vance broke her. That's why Vance breaks people like Margaret Brennan and Martha Raddatz. Well, you know, only a handful of apartment complexes have been taken over. He goes, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful? There should be no apartment complexes that are taken over by Tren de Aragua. Zero. Not a handful. Not a bunch. Not just one here. None. Zero. No apartment. I don't remember ever seeing apartment complexes taken over by foreign gangs. Never. Only a handful of incidents. You're making this out to be a big deal. That is a big deal. Margaret Brennan. I don't know. I don't think the Holocaust was caused by free speech. I could be wrong, but I don't think the Holocaust was a result of there being too much free speech in Germany. I got to take a drink of this tea. There's nothing in it, I promise. I have a show to do after, and there wouldn't be anything in it anyway. But I'm just saying, guys. Oh, it's just there. When I am this at a loss for words, you know what I just heard was really stupid. So this is what the left is doing. Trump embraces free speech. He campaigned on free speech. Trump is obviously a fascist in the eyes of the left. He's a totalitarian in the eyes of the left. So therefore, because he's a quote unquote fascist, free speech is also fascist. Free speech is also authoritarian. How is free speech is the anti? It's the polar opposite of authoritarianism. When you're an authoritarian, you determine what you can and cannot say. Who does that sound like? Oh. It sounds like the Biden regime, doesn't it? You cannot say the election was stolen on social media because then you'd be promoting disinformation. You'd be inciting an insurrection. You couldn't say the COVID vaccine didn't work, even though it didn't work. Remember, Rachel Madcow. With every vaccine, the virus stops. Until it didn't. But you couldn't point it out. Because pointing it out was misinformation, disinformation, Russia, conspiracy theory. Trump is probably the first fascist to allow free speech. He's not a fascist. I'm saying that, I'm saying that sarcastically. He's obviously not a fascist. He's trying to shrink the size of the federal government. I've never seen a fascist, a totalitarian, an authoritarian say, I want the people to have more control. The beautiful people. We don't want to take it. The beautiful people are going to have control. We love the beautiful people. These are tremendous people, by the way. Fantastic people also. First fascist I've ever seen shrink. And then you have the people who are saying that he's a fascist, a dictator, a Nazi, etc., as he's literally shrinking the size of government, giving the people more power. I mean, go back to the Department of Education, right? He wants to give the states more power than the federal government over education. Right now, the way it is, you get taxed, your money leaves the state, goes to the Department of Education, and then your state has to argue to the Department of Education how to get that money back. Just keep it within the states. But you have now these folks who are criticizing Donald Trump for cutting the size of government, calling him a tyrant for cutting the size of government. They're calling him a fascist because the people are getting more control. Meanwhile, the people are getting more control. That doesn't make much sense. And then you have the party that is apparently anti-big government because Trump is a totalitarian, but pro-big government because they're anti-Trump's cuts of big government. They're chasing their tail around and around and around. And it is so crazy. It is so crazy. So they don't want big government. If Trump is involved, right, they don't want a totalitarian. Big government is totalitarianism. Big government is authoritarianism. When the government controls everything you do, you live in a tyranny. Okay? When the government determines who lives and dies, who eats, who doesn't, what you can and can't say, who's allowed in different places, mandates, etc., you live in a tyrannical society. So you have Bernie Sanders. Oh, no. We will not cut aid to Paraguay. I don't care if I have 3 houses. You, the rich people and the billionaires need to pay their fair share. Angry Bernie. He's gotten angrier over the years.
That's a good imitation, by the way.
I try.
Very good.
Bernie Sanders is mad. He's a big government hack. So big government is okay when the left runs it, but little government is not okay when Trump runs it. Little government is fascist. Shrinking the size of government is fascist, but Trump is also an authoritarian who's consolidating control and taking control of the way. You can't, they're chasing their tail around and around and around and around. So it's like, well, Trump is fascist. How is he a fascist if he's shrinking the size of government? Well, he's assuming all this control and he's going to have all control of everything. Yes, but he's shrinking the size of government. Yes, but he's taking control. How is he taking control when he's shrinking the size of government? Because he's taking control. Shut up. These people they're in love with big government, in love with it. But only if they run it. Here's the difference between the left and me. I don't like government at all. The smaller, the better. I don't even want to know it exists. I don't want them in my life. I don't want them in my finances. I don't want them on the internet. I don't want to know about government. I don't want to see them. They need to be something that it's like, I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear from them. I don't want anything. Stay away. Leave me alone. The left is like, no, we need they're the tyrants, clearly. They were the ones policing speech. They were the ones issuing ridiculous mandates in education, in public places. They were the ones who called half the country terrorists. Right? They're the ones with the disinformation. They were the ones who did all of that. It's the Democrat Party that is the party of big government, the party of fascism, folks. They look at Fidel Castro with like the hard eyes emoji. They're like, oh, this guy's great. Brutal. Anyway, speaking of big government, and let's talk about the bullet that we dodged, okay? We dodged a massive bullet. Like the biggest bullet the world has ever seen, right? We dodged a bullet. It's your favorite President's Day, and we dodged a huge bullet. Kamala Harris is back. You know, the folks on 1210 WPHT, the Greg and Dawn and Nick, as well as the listeners, they love this prop. I unveiled it at the debate. It is the Kamala Harris word salad fork. Okay, looks like a normal fork, but it's an extendo fork. It's the word salad. So we say forks out and we say shields up because she's back with a word salad of epic proportions. So you got to get your word salad forks out, spray some WD-40 on, break them out again because she's back. She don't seem like she's going away. She might run for president again. She might run for governor of California. We're going to get a lot more time with Kamala Harris. The fork is going to get a workout. So keep it fresh. Okay. Let's go to this. Kamala Harris offering some, she must be a modern day Aristotle, a modern day Marcus Aurelius, an inspirational speaker. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. My name's Kamala Harris, and I'm going to serve up a big, beautiful salad. Listen to her inspiring these folks on Broadway. I'm sorry that I have to play this, but it is just too funny. Kamala Harris with some words of wisdom this morning.
For those rights to be maintained, which means we have to be vigilant, and it's just the nature of it. Look at this beautiful play and everything that we know he had to suppress so much. But he knew, and he took those risks. But we have to be clear eye. And it doesn't mean we don't see the beauty in everything, right? These things all coexist. But I believe we fight for something, not against something. Right? And that's our optimism, right?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, with that,
Oh, my. I believe we fight for something, not against something. Her whole campaign, her whole presidential campaign, she didn't describe what she fought for at all. It took her, I don't know how many, what was it, like almost a month and a half, almost 2 months to put policies on her website. She was just like, Donald Trump, Project 2025, Hitler, insurrection, kill the babies. How could she say that? It's not about what we are fighting against. It's what we're fighting for. You couldn't even define what you fought for. And then when the DNC rolled around, you took Joe Biden's policies and copied and pasted them onto your website and released a platform where it said in a second Biden term. How could she say that? Oh, serious question. Was she drunk? Was she drunk? Yeah, she has that, like, I don't know if maybe this is just what she does. She talks for her. But I love the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. Right? I was talking to the previous caller about, when did America become stupid? We idolize celebrities. I love the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. I think Johnny Depp nailed the Jack Sparrow role. One of my favorite movie characters ever is Jack Sparrow. He's like a functioning alcoholic. right? I'm not endorsing the lifestyle. It's just a funny movie character. He does that whole sway. I'm Captain Jack Sparrow, sorry, right? With the hands. She does the same thing. It's the same sway, except she's not playing in a movie. That's really Kamala Harris. We have to stand for something and not against something. And she starts with the hands and she's swaying and she's got the Gizzard of Oz. She had the turkey neck on, hiding the Gizzard of Oz. And there are polls. I mean, this to prove, again, the Democrats haven't learned anything because they're defending indefensible positions. One of those indefensible positions is that Kamala Harris has a political future within their party. How on earth could anybody want this woman to run again? But apparently there are people who they hadn't gotten enough. They had not gotten enough of Kamala Harris. All right. I'm glad that's not I'm glad we don't play for that team. I am glad that is not my party. I'm glad those are not my people. Those folks are welcome to come vote for Trump and Republicans in the future. I'll welcome you with open arms. We'll have a nice conversation. I'll throw you, we'll go out to dinner. We'll do something. But right now, if you want more of that, you're on your own. You're on your own. More words of wisdom, by the way, since we're doing the words of wisdom. At the beginning of the show, I mentioned the mayor of Philadelphia, Sherelle Parker. I call her a stupid person. ELGS, Eagles. How the hell do you misspell a 6-letter word? How do you do that? But she did it. I would never do that. ELGSES. That's not how you spell Eagles, you stupid person. What a stupid person. I heard this clip and I laughed for a good probably 15 minutes over it. So Sherelle Parker was at the victory parade for the Philadelphia Eagles. They won the Super Bowl. Apparently, much to the shock of many people, the NFL is not rigged. Interesting. I had someone say, it's rigged. It was rigged to get the Chiefs to the Super Bowl. It's like, okay, so they turned the rigging off for the team that they wanted to get there. Come on. So, and listen, I'm a Jets fan. I dealt with the refs giving Tom Brady the favorable. I'm not saying they don't have their favorites, but like scripted like WWE, you must be ridiculous. But here's so the mayor of Philadelphia gave a speech, and your governor, Josh Shapiro, little Josh, we call him little Josh, short guy. He was agreeing with her, what she was saying. And she's trying to inspire people. When we work together, we could do anything. That's not what she said. Sherelle Parker, maybe modern day, I said Plato, Aristotle, Seneca, maybe, the Stoic philosopher, Seneca, Epictetus, right? Those guys knew a lot. I taught them a lot. They knew a lot. These are Stoic people. We love these people. Rene Descartes, I got along very well with him. I think, therefore I am. Tremendous guy. Really a tremendous guy. So here she is, modern day Stoic philosopher Sherelle Parker with words of inspiration, words of wisdom this morning. Let's roll this.
And they did the work, reminded us all through their excellence that nothing is possible when we work together as a team.
Oh, wait, what'd she say? Nothing is possible. Nothing is possible. Nothing is possible when we work together as a team. You hear that? If you work together, nothing's going to get done because nothing is possible. You want to go to the moon, you got to do it on your own. Because if you work together as a team, Mayor Sherelle Parker said nothing is possible. It's not going to happen. What a dummy. What a dummy. Oh, but Sean, everybody misspeaks. Cut her some slack. This is a woman who couldn't spell her way through the word Eagles. It's the freaking fight song. It's like if a Jet fan misspelled Jets, which I'm sure is coming. Phil Almquist knows what I'm talking about. Apparently, like the last game of the year, MetLife Stadium, they had the banner. The fans were holding the banner, right? And it was upside down. Jets football in a nutshell. But even at my drunkest in MetLife Stadium, I never misspelled the word Jets. Jets, 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 Jets. Okay. I didn't do XMPQ, Jets, Jets, Jets. No, that's not what I did. No, that's not what I did.
Eagles!
Yeah. ELGSES Eagles. It's in the fight song. And she got it wrong. So, no, I'm not going to cut her some slack when she says, nothing is possible. Nothing is possible when we work together. Brings me to another one of my favorite movies, Star Wars Episode 3. I love Star Wars Episode 3. And when you had Palpatine trying to, bring Anakin over to the dark side, and he goes, if we work together, we can discover the secret. Could you imagine if he was trying to seduce Darth Vader to the dark side and said, if you work together, we will get nothing done? Like, it is bad sales. I'll tell you what, it's a bad sales pitch on behalf of DEI Mayor Sherelle Parker. This is one of, I'm going to say it, probably one of the dumbest people I've ever had the misfortune to clip and have played on the radio and in any form of content. She gives me laughs, but just when I say dumb as a doorknob, I have to then turn and say to my doorknob, I am so sorry, Mr. Doorknob, to that I compared you to Sherelle Parker. Speaking of stupid, and I don't want you to think that I love NASCAR. I think it's, I used to love it. I can't say I love it right now that much, but I'm going to try and get back into it. But the Daytona 500 was yesterday, and there was an article on Newsweek. This is great. Did you know that this, again, the Democrats they come up with things to say, and they say them, and they're not real things. Did you know that that the wrecks, WRECKS, wrecks on a NASCAR track, did you know that they're all Trump's fault? Did you know that when Dale Earnhardt passed away at Daytona, that was also apparently Donald Trump's fault? Nobody knew that it was Donald Trump's fault until now, of course. But this article on Newsweek it's mind-blowing how far they pushed this Trump derangement syndrome. Because I watched it last night, and Ryan Preece got into a really nasty wreck. His car flipped, but William Byron won, I think, for the second year in a row in the 24. I'm still not used to seeing Jeff Gordon pop out of that 24, but it is what it is. Jimmy Johnson finished third with his, he's an owner now. He races the 84. He used to be 48. Now he's the 84. This article on Red State, covering this article on Newsweek, this is a ringer. It's just unbelievable. Newsweek takes Trump derangement syndrome to a new low with the latest complaint that Donald Trump causes NASCAR accidents. Reflecting on, this is from the article written by Lydia Mee, M-E-E, on Newsweek. Reflecting on Trump's history, this is a direct, I can't stress it enough that this is a direct quote from the article on Newsweek written by Lydia Mee. Reflecting on Trump's history with the Daytona 500, his attendance in 2001 coincided with the tragic death of NASCAR icon Dale Earnhardt Sr. after a crash on the final lap. In 2020, Trump attended the Daytona 500 as president with responsibilities including signaling the start of the race. During this race, Ryan Newman experienced a violent crash on the final lap. Now, you don't just point out things and attempt to highlight it as a trend if you don't think that it's significant, right? The only reason why I would point out that Donald Trump was there when Earnhardt died and Donald Trump was there when Ryan Newman got into a scary crash is if I was trying to imply that Donald Trump was the reason why those crashes happened. You know, if I was trying to convince somebody that water was wet, I'd be like, hey, so first I got in the shower today, and then I got out of the shower today, and the shower, there's a lot of water, and I got wet, and I dried off with a towel. And then the next day I went in and I went in the shower again. I got wet again. Therefore, you know, being under falling water will make you wet. You know, I'm pointing out the trend to show you that there is a connection there, that being in the path of water will likely result in you getting wet. Was Newsweek trying to point out that when Donald Trump is at the races, bad things happen? It's NASCAR. What is this, the first time there's ever been a wreck on a track? What happened to Earnhardt was tragic. It wasn't Donald Trump's fault. What happened to Ryan Newman in 2020? I remember that wreck. That was scary as hell. There were people who thought he wasn't going to make it in the hospital. He wound up being okay. Has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Was it when the big one happens at Talladega? That's Trump's fault too. There's not wrecks. There's not crashes on a NASCAR super speedway. If Donald Trump's not in attendance, this is just unique to him. Oh, it was a bad omen. Listen, I'm not like a NASCAR expert, but I used to watch, before they went to stages, I used to watch and listen to a lot of NASCAR content. I actually started to really get interested in some of this stuff, like podcasts and things like that. I would listen to it a lot. I can confirm that there were a lot of crashes that did not involve the attendance of or the presidency of Donald Trump in the history of NASCAR. And Newsweek, you know, they couldn't get over themselves. It's Trump derangement syndrome. It is a real disease. It is impacting a lot of people. And some of these cases can't be cured. And it's sad to see it take over. Like I said, we're going to endorse oxygen. We love oxygen, right? Breathe in, breathe out. You know, the band Bush, they wrote that song, Breathe In, Breathe Out. I am going to cover that song, Breathe In, Breathe Out. And we'll see what happens to Rachel Madcow. Speaking of music, on your favorite President's Day, it is time to go to the great Phil Almquist, my brother in suffering, long-suffering Jets fan, suffered longer than I am.
Yes, that's
my
true
brother
also.
in suffering. Who's going to be our quarterback next year, Phil?
I have no idea. We're going to find out in the next month or so.
Yes, it doesn't really matter.
I know. We have 200 days till the season starts. You know, we'll figure it out later.
We'll see what happens, right? Phil Almquist with Today in Music History. Let's take it away.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 17th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ricky Medlock from Blackfoot and Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Taylor Hawkins from the Foo Fighters. We also lost Tony Batuzak from Lizzie Borden on this day in 2021. Sigsicute Eternal Flame by the Bangles in 89. And Young Americans by Bowie in 75. Albums include the Eagles' greatest hits 71 to 75 and 76. AC/DC's High Voltage in Australia in 75. Fighting the World by Man of War in 87. Blink-182's debut in 95. And Into the Gap by the Thompson Twins in 84. Also in 81, Iron Maiden began their Killer World Tour. In 84, Footloose premiered in theaters. In 2000, John Lennon's Steinway piano, on which he composed Imagine, went on display at the Beatles Story Museum in Liverpool, England. In 79, Blondie was topped the UK album chart. In 71, James Taylor made his US TV debut on The Johnny Cash Show. In 73, Free played their final live show. In 90, Aerosmith appeared on SNL. And in 2005, Motley Crue began their Red, White, and Crew tour in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. But lastly, in 60, Elvis won his first gold record for his second studio album, and the Everly Brothers signed a 10-year deal with Warner Brothers Records. Today in Music History is sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Save more and spend with purpose when you open a First Harvest Credit Union Growth checking account. Earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/grow checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. For Kayal & Company. I'm Phil Almquist.
Phil, great job. Today in Music History, always interesting to to hear those music facts. I do love them. And what was it, February 6th, Phil? I didn't hear it on, but I don't know if Bob Marley's birthday. I can't believe the guy would have been like 80 something years old. Can you believe
crazy.
that? But it was wasn't it toe cancer that took him out? It was
something like that.
Was,
There's so many weird, odd rock deaths over the years. So
yeah. Well, it's a shame because his music was really political too.
Yes, it was.
The Jamaican government did not love what he was doing, but
no, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Phil. And
right.
You know what? We say go Jets, right? Let's see what happens.
Yeah, baseball season now, so we'll move on.
That's right. That's right.
Baseball
Phil,
season.
the great Today in Music History. Appreciate you and appreciate everybody there at 1210 WPHT. Made the show go today. Couldn't do it without guys like Phil and Jim Kelly and everybody else making everything roll nice and smooth as we got through.
Indeed.
It was 4 hours.
It was a great show, and thank you very much, Phil Almquist, for all those great musical suggestions. Every time I run the board for Kayal & Company, all the music that is heard while I'm doing the board is sent by Phil, so he's got a pretty good knowledge of that. And
he does a tremendous job. Your favorite President's Day. We did a fantastic job on your favorite President's Day.
Oh, yeah. And it's going to continue.
It is going to continue right here on 1210 WPHT. I'm going to bounce over to Rumble. Got to jump on our show for the next hour. And we will see everybody back here, Kayal & Company, on Friday, which apparently is now being named after me. They're calling it a Farish Friday. It's a beautiful name, by the way. We love that. It's a tremendous thing. But we'll see you guys on Friday. Thank you to everybody who watched and listened. And we're a part of the show this morning. Our callers, everybody who chimed in, everybody over on the YouTube chat, everybody who hit me up on X as well. Have a great rest of your Monday. Have a happy rest of your favorite President's Day. I'll see you guys on Friday, and Kayal & Company, the entire crew, back tomorrow right here at 1210 WPHT. Thanks for another great morning. We'll see you on Friday.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about